Chat, I'm here to bring you some very important news. Wait, did somebody redeem the Armstrong while we were still in the pre-roll? Are you serious? No fucking way. No way. Did you? Hold on. Field Marshal Landon, thank you for... Oh, it's 13 hours ago. Never mind, it's 13 hours ago. Wait, no, nobody's redeemed it. Nobody's redeemed it. I was gonna say...
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
Chat, are you ready to hear the breaking news? I need you to stick with me on this one. Oh, wait, okay. Oh, we'll get it out of your system first, and then I can tell you the news. It's good news. It's not me news. It's good news, but it's not me news. Bam, ba-dum, bam, ba-dum. Okay, are y'all ready? Are you ready to hear what this is? Oh wait, we got a kerboom. You missed. Political? Kind of, yeah. Kind of. As of... Actually, this was apparently yesterday. I missed it yesterday. It says it was 16 hours ago when it was first broken. Luigi Mangione's terrorism charges have been dropped due to the DA submitting completely... What's the word? Legally insufficient. That's the phrase they used. Legally insufficient evidence. So he has lost his terrorism and first-degree murder charge. So it'll be very interesting to see if they get second-degree murder or anything like that. Still faces intentional murder charge in state court and separate federal charges that could result in the death penalty. The thing is, I don't think they have enough evidence. I genuinely, if they can't keep the terrorism charge, I don't think they have enough evidence to prove that Luigi did it. I still don't think he did it. I really don't. I don't think he did it. I think he's some kind of scapegoat. Yes, Luigi Mangione is the man who allegedly shot the what was the company called? The healthcare CEO in New York. That's what they're claiming. United Healthcare, that's it. Yes, United Healthcare. Did y'all know that they started after their CEO was killed, they started approving more filings, let's just call them filings. They started approving more people for their medical care and stuff, and their shareholders sued them for it. They don't talk about that on the news that often. Their shareholders, I don't know if they're still in court over it, but their shareholders went to sue them when they started approving more fucking medical care. Which is so fucking stupid. OJ Mangione, that is not the same. That is not the same. Especially because that fucking, that court case came out with the funniest fucking ruling of, if the glove does not fit, you must acquit, which is so stupid, considering he was taking medicine that made his hand swell up. Enos Voldigold, wait, as in the anime? As in the demon lord from that one anime where he's just like overpowered 1,000 years in the future and he just bullies children? Look, I'm manifesting. Listen. That's cartoonishly evil. It's hilariously evil and kind of ironic that they don't see how fucked up it is that they're doing that. He was in the same city and he looks similar to the shooter? Yes. Sort of similar too. There's like so many people that look at the pictures of, like the picture that they have of him at the hotel, of like the guy that they know is the shooter at his hotel. Their faces don't look the same. Under the dude's hoodie, it doesn't look the same. And then they claim that he had like the manifesto on him and stuff. Insane. That I'm calling heavy bullshit. No, he's already arrested. You don't remember? He was turned in at a McDonald's in... Hold on. I know it wasn't in New York State. Pennsylvania. It was the Pennsylvania McDonald's. And the lady who turned him in never got the money because she didn't call the hint hotline. She called the police directly, meaning she never got the money that she turned him in for. Don't be a snitch, kids. Don't be a fucking snitch. Yes, she did not get the reward because she didn't call the Clue hotline that was offering the reward. She called the police directly. And she lost her job afterwards. She lost her job afterwards, which was even worse. Crime doesn't pay, and neither does snitching. Yeah, they will. They offer rewards like that shit all the time. And almost every time, I promise you, people do not get paid. They do not get paid because they loophole their way out of it. They'll be like, no, you got to call this hotline specifically and give them a tip. And then it has to lead to a conviction. If it doesn't lead to a conviction, then you don't get the money. That's why you shouldn't trust those like Crime Stopper stuff most of the time. Okay, 9 charges? Jesus. He had 11 charges total? That is overboard. That is insanity. Yeah, so the 2 charges that were dropped were murder in the first degree in furtherance of an act of terrorism and murder in the second degree as a crime of terrorism. Which, again, calling this terrorism makes no fucking sense. It's a CEO. Are there CEOs on every block? You want to find out? You want to find out? Throwing charges at the chair and seeing which sticks. It's such a waste of time, dude. The thing is, they definitely want to make an example of him. Do you remember how fucking butthurt CEOs got immediately after it happened? They want to make an example of him. And that's what they've been trying to do a lot recently, is they've been trying to make examples that they can use to further some sort of cause and or to terrify a populace back into shape. Jonah, thank you for the follow. Hectic, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Were you working on the TTRPG? Am double parked? Well, you better fucking fix it. You better fix it. Oh, nobody likes double parkers. You better not be the kind of person who has like the lifted pickup truck and then they park on the crosshairs of, goodness, 4 parking spaces. Goodness, I don't have the hiccups today. Hi, Jay. Hold on, I do need water. I did refill my water before we started stream. Peter Parker's. What do you mean Peter Parker's? With an S. Peter Parker? Like Spider-Man? Oh, you talk about in Marvel, how when he like starts the, what is it, Parker Corp? I need all 4. I mean, Tony's also a CEO. Fuck him, he's an asshole. Outside double parked across 2 handicap parking spaces? I don't have a race truck. I haven't had a truck since I was 21? 21, 22? I wasn't making reference, I was just making wordplay. I got you. I got you. Didn't even know we had parking lot. We don't have a parking lot. I was just making a joke. The only reason Tony's affable is Downey Jr. And the only reason like everybody loved Tony Stark in Marvel movies was because of Robert Downey Jr.'s IRL like life turnaround. He used to be extremely addicted to, what was it, cocaine, I think? And his life was like falling apart and stuff. And being able to do the first Iron Man movies was like a big part of his like image turnaround after he was trying to like fix himself. What murder? He's the best guy around. What about the murders? What murders? Oh my goodness. Iron Man was a C-list hero before Downing. Was he really? I wouldn't doubt that because I've seen him so prevalent in like the newer Marvel comics in the last like 15 years. To the important celebrity death to happen, Robert Redford. Oh. Huh. I don't know any of his movies. I don't know any of these movies. For The Sting? He's definitely a classic. Producer, actor, director, damn. No, I want his actor ones. Uncredited chess player in the movie Dark Winds. Oh, this is one episode. Okay, so maybe it's a TV series. I don't know what Dark Winds is. Lee Point and G, two Navajo police officers in the 1970s Southwest that are forced to challenge their own spiritual beliefs when they search for clues in a double murder case. What does that mean? Did they make a Native American mythology murder mystery? Oh boy, commodification. Okay. Advocate for environmental conservation and Native American rights? Hell yeah. Seeing memes asking who would play Tony Stark if he was black, and everyone just says Robert Downey Jr. and shows clips of Tropic Thunder. The thing wasn't in Tropic Thunder, wasn't he a white guy pretending to be a black guy too? Wasn't he basically, if you're looking at it from the outside of the movie, it is Robert Downey Jr., a white guy pretending to be a white guy who's pretending to be a black guy. I'm pretty sure that's the chain there. Didn't recognize Tommy Lee Jones. Well, I mean, I honestly, for the longest time, I didn't know what Tommy Lee Jones looked like either. Yeah, I'm bad at putting names of actors to faces most of the time. Unless I see their face a lot, then I forget who's who. No, I saw Men in Black. I just didn't know the actor's name was Tommy Lee Jones. RDJ even does the DVD commentary tracking character. That's hilarious. What's his letter? G? Isn't he G? Something like that. Omniboat, a fast boat Fantasia? What the fuck? What, he plays Lokia the dolphin monster? What is this character? Okay, this is definitely goofy as shit. This is like some home project. Oh, good lord. No, I'm not. Jesus. Alexander Pierce in Captain America the Winter Soldier. That's actually one of the Marvel movies I never watched. I never watched The Winter Soldier. I never watched the newest, like, what is it? The newest Captain America one. I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of the ones since Multiverse of Madness. Yeah, I think the last Marvel movie I saw in theaters was Multiverse of Madness. And I was so livid when I left there that I was just like, I am not going to see another one of these in theater, more than likely. I pitched for Adam Sandler to play Paul in the MCU. I don't like Adam Sandler. His movies are the same thing every fucking time. K? Oh, it's K. Okay, gotcha. Not G. Why did I think it was G? Who's G? That's how long it's been since I've seen Men in Black. I've only also seen the first one. Only ever seen the first one. Adam Sandler's good in serious roles. Yeah, this is somebody was saying earlier, Murdoch. That's why we got on the talk of not captors. Actors. Captors, yes. Totally captors. Kidnapping people. He's not dead, I just kidnapped him. He's in my basement. I'm feeding him tapioca to keep him well. Oh my goodness. Adam Sandler made his bag, makes movies just for his friends to join him, and he knows they'll make bank. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Toby Fox announces Undertale 10th anniversary live stream. You're lying. Undertale is not 10 years old. You're lying. Release Tommy Lee Jones? Never. Never. I'm also holding on to Jamie Lee Curtis, and you can't stop me. He's not as bad as most peeps. That's true. The thing is, I just don't like his movies. I really just don't like his movies. But... People speculating on other megas for Pokemon. Relicanth, but he has a cigar, I guess. I guess. Wait. Oh, okay. That's something else. That's something else. I've got the man. Wait, at one point I'll give the man. He seems like he can take a joke, unlike some people. That's true. Like, God, what was it? Who was it? Makari was the one that ended up on what? The Late Show? Because she made a joke. Her post ended up on the Late Show in front of Adam Sandler. Because she said, who was it? Someone looked like Adam Sandler because of all the baggy clothes. Okay. The thing is, I just don't like his movies. I find his movies so boring and the comedy, like, just straight up juvenile. Which I'm sure is the point. But, Hold on a second. Okay. Makari, the second his VTuber had a tweet that showed up. Yeah, it was on the Late Show. I wish I could find it. Let me see. He's had some hits in my opinion, but a majority of the stuff is like Trailer Park humor. Trailer Park humor? Yes, that's exactly what it is. Gonna end up on the Late Show. Listen, I wish. The thing is though, is I don't reply to a lot of things or do like repost. I really fucking should. Because when I'm not streaming, I don't make any posts on social media. I'm fucking terrible at social media and I need to get better. I need to reply to things. I need to comment. I feel like nobody wants to see my sweaty ass takes when it comes to like certain things. Because like I could quote tweet the shit out of like people talking politics left and right. Gonna farm that social media clout. That's the thing is like I'm not in front of a lot of people, which is why like social media growth has been extremely slow. Damn. Post more, damn it. I know, but the thing is, every time I think about it, I will literally like write up a tweet. Or what was it? Like I'll write up a tweet or I will like go to quote tweet something and I'll be like, nobody wants to see this. And I just fucking delete it and close it all the time. I know, but this is the thing. Is like, I'm afraid of giving my sweaty takes on social media and then it just fucking backfiring. Give us the post we crave the most. All right, I'll try to post more and like reply to things a lot more. Only because that's where I was living when Grown Ups and Pixels came out. I hated Pixels. I didn't even last 20 minutes into Pixels when I was like, I'm gonna go do something else. Marin affixing Twitter bagonets on Kirsch arc win. You know, that actually sounds like fun. That sounds like so much fun. I also hate that one of the 3D artists I really like reposts Kirsch tweets. I hate it so goddamn much. I don't follow them, but like I'm just like sometimes go to their page to see like what they've made recently. And then when I scroll down, if I don't go to just like the media section, I'll scroll down and end up seeing them having repost a fucking cursed tweet. And I'm like, why? Why do you do this? How are you doing today? I am doing pretty okay. I slept in a little bit today. I slept pretty good. Sounds like a bad idea. Which parts? Hot takes? Hot takes on Twitter? How about the Adam Sandler clip? I only like Little Nicky of all his films. I still think of the beginning sequence of Hitler in a maid dress and getting a pineapple. But that's like the only thing I remember from Little Nicky. That is literally it. That's all there is in my mind when it comes to Little Nicky. Nobody wants to see my sweaty takes. Meanwhile, his dedicated following of dozens that watch literal hours of Marion content. I know! Listen, I'm my own worst enemy. Well, the thing is... Hold on. Okay. Okay, this is somebody making a goofy take on when Gabe Newell dies. Okay. I'm joking, taking it literally. Wait, what? Who to what now? Wait. On Conan, the man himself. I don't think Conan would do that. Was it Conan? No, he sometimes pulls up tweets that's like about the person that he has on the show that like are funny as shit. But I don't know. I just think it's goofy. Okay. Ain't gotta wait 1 in-game hour for the rock I need? Huh? Oh, right. Elaborate on that, Flan. What game are you playing? You're good enough for Conan? Oh, I would love to be on a talk show someday. I love doing talk show stuff. I've done them a couple times. Here and there. They're very fun. I love just yapping away with somebody. Who is this? Oh, okay. This is another Hololive girl. That's why I keep seeing this pajama outfit with a shelf of a chest. Good lord. It's that one night girl. It's the one Hololive JP girl who's like a knight of some kind. Soothes the soul, nonners. 100% just a shame Conan's show ended first. It's oh no. Oh no. Somebody just posted a picture back from Charlie Kirk's thing at the University of Utah. And they had a camera within about 5 feet of Charlie pointed at him. And people are asking to see the footage of it. Yeah, people are asking to see the footage of it because the footage hasn't been shown anywhere. I don't think I want to see that footage, my guy. Get buried on Colbert before it ends? Listen, you could go make that trend. Just everybody goes and start posting it. Stealing the entire carnival, by the way. How dare you? How dare you? I don't think Conan would understand like how to put a VTuber onto the show. Like it would be something that they've never done before. Like they'd have to give Conan like a headset and stuff, and he'd have to pretend that I'm like sitting in the seat. You're coming too, stealing all of you? No! Is there food? Is there food at the end of this? Of being stolen? I don't want to see an up-close video of an assassination. I don't either. I don't know why this person's calling for it. But then immediately above it is a quote tweet by someone. I think most people would throw up if they saw the footage from that camera. Who do you think I am? Of course, there's fucking figured. Let's go. Let's go. Food time, baby. Wait, what? A Disney Springs restaurant was robbed by a scuba man. He swam up to the restaurant after it closed, spray painted the security cameras, stole up to $20,000 while staff was counting cash for deposit, dove back into the water, and escaped before police arrived. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. That's so fucking good. Wet Bandits. Oh no. Oh no. The thing is, there's a picture of him here. He's not wearing like scuba goggles. He's wearing regular swim goggles. Now, he is wearing like a scuba gear, a wetsuit and everything, but this poor guy, I guess, didn't have dive goggles. He's wearing the two just like circles for like swimming pool goggles, which is so fucking goofy. It makes him look like, oh, what was it? The Riddler from the one like Batman movie where he's like all like Tefloned up and shit. I don't know. I think it's goofy. I think it's goofy. What the heck is this? Oh, okay. Somebody skinned Gold Ship into Yakuza? That's so funny. That's so funny, though. Wait. Okay. Paint their dog to look like the Riddler? Oh, no. Came across the TikTok of a dog playing Resident Evil 4. I don't know what to do with this information. Wait, there's a Twitch page here. Hold on. There's a Twitch page here. Twitch.tv/narcissistic. It's misspelled. It's spelled with sass. The word sass in the middle instead of the usual narcissistic. Hold on. I'm going to see. Twitch.tv/narcissistic. 80 followers, videos. Past broadcast? No, highlights? This channel literally only has a single highlight and it's fucking Valorant. And there's no past broadcast. This person doesn't save their past broadcast. No, I wanted to see the dog playing Resident Evil 4. Make an appropriate Yakuza game character? I agree. Why do you keep drop kicking my interns? I got disconnected mid-mining? No! Looks like a TV mystery or Scooby-Doo episode. That's exactly it. Somebody put that in the top comments. Put like the classic like ghost Mariner. Mariner? I forget how to say that word. I always forget how to say that. Not saving past broadcasts. My one enemy? Listen. What the fuck is that? Where is this? This person posted a picture of what looks like some kind of conference. It didn't say it's a logo that says 50 states, 1 Israel. Ooh. But this person doesn't give like context of where they took this picture from. Ooh. It looks like it's a picture of a conference here. Well, I'll actually show you. We'll go over to the screen. Might as well. I wasn't going to show you, but we'll go to the screen. This one. Boop. It's this. I'd like this person doesn't give any context, but I should go on a walk then since my internet doesn't want to connect anymore. I lurk a bit. Enjoy your walk, Flan. Before Puerto Rico, I don't think they're going to give Israel statehood. I don't think Israel even wants statehood. There's no way that they're going to do some shit like that. Granted, I mean, Utah's kind of similar in its own little way. Maybe they would accept an ethno state as another state of the union. I don't know. They're probably not going to do it though. I think Israel. The thing is too is if they become a state, are we going to still give them money so that they have free healthcare and shit like that? Because the United States government pays for all of Israel's healthcare. Lex Luthor talking about what he'd have to give up for presidency. Oh, I gotcha. Wherever they do those things where fucking like Trump did the same thing, where they basically say shit like, oh, you don't understand how much I had to give up as a business owner and millionaire to become president. I'm sacrificing so much for the American people. They do that shit all the time. They do that shit all the time. And every time it happens, people are like, they shouldn't have to give up their businesses, even though like every other president before divested from all of their businesses, except Trump. But Puerto Rico first. The thing is, I don't know exactly what the on-island mentality is. I've heard anything from like Puerto Rico wants to be another state. Puerto Rico wants independence. Honestly, I'd go for the independence. Let's be real. I would recommend aiming for independence and then being able to start your own trade relationships with other countries. The thing is, Puerto Rico has been vying for, like, even Washington, D.C. has vied for statehood to have more respect than their, like, autonomous treaty that they currently have. And they're turned down every time. Just Congress just goes, nuh-uh, fuck you. No thanks. Path of Night, it's good? Hell yeah. Hi, Anub, how are you doing? So my neck hurts a little bit. Hold on. Massage neck a little bit. All right. Let me see. Is there anything else going on? Oh God, Chris Pratt. Oh, good Lord. All right. Effectively decide to show us just how perilous our democracy is when someone just decides, nah, I'm not going to do that, and I'll fire anyone who says different. Yep. Oh, what is this? Oh, if Nintendo is able to announce a Virtual Boy for Switch 2 online, it doesn't seem crazy to me that they would launch a second screen and this would be reality. Remaking Nintendo DS classics. Wait. This person made this fake promo to go, yes, let's have DS classic games. And they chose Pokemon Soul Silver and Omega Ruby. They didn't even go with one of the older, more classic not 3DS, regular DS games. Diamond and Pearl? Hello? God, I kind of want to play Diamond and Pearl again. I'm not going to lie. I need to talk to WeWe and figure out how to be able to stream DS to computer. Because I have no idea how that works when it comes to those kind of handhelds. I'd love DS games just for the DS as well and not on another device. Yes. Yes. Totally on a DS. Can you get some Stroop Brothel for me? Ooh. So by the way, I have a question. Britta fed on another vampire's blood, right? Isn't that Diablerie? Only if she kills the vampire. If she completely devours all of the blood, vitae, and soul of the vampire is a Diablerie. Feeding on a vampire alone does not count. Does not count. You only get like a little bit of vitae and maybe a blood bond. Maybe a blood bond. Another drone incursion into Romania? Oh yeah, I did hear about that. They really want to vie for that Article 5, don't they? They really want countries to pull that Article 5. Kind of seeing where I can go with it. Ooh. Jambalaya for me, please. Ooh, jambalaya sounds so good. Oh, know if I'm bothering you. I'm giving myself the creeps. This is a good fucking meme. This is a good fucking meme. Hold on. Okay. What does that got to do with the strip waffle? Huh? Fuck blood bonds, Anarch forever? What's Article 5? Article 5 of the NATO agreement, I believe is what this is essentially all of the NATO allies have to come to each other's assistance. Is effectively the gist of it. That is the gist of it. I mean, when Poland issued the Article 4, how long ago was it? Less than a week? Maybe a week ago? German and Italian fighter jets were in Poland airspace within minutes. Like they I think the earliest was like 17 minutes. Poland shot down all the drones, if I remember right. But even then, Italy and Germany, because they invoked Article 4, sent their jets there in like a mix of minutes. What the fuck? Netanyahu says, if you have a cell phone, you're holding a piece of Israel. What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean, Benny boy? Huh? We should get Russia out of Ukraine even more now that they're pulling the stunt. Yeah. The lost reality side of YouTube. It made me cry. What do you mean lost reality side of YouTube? For everything up and including drinking water? Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Schnitzel, the famous Israeli food. God. Do we need to do stupid foods today? Chat, do we need to do stupid foods today? Oh, actually, who's seen the video? B Foodsy, thank you for the follow. Sorry, I missed it earlier. It says 1 minute ago. I missed it. Aunt Bitty Boy's name before Israel was an American one. Yeah, he's from fucking Pennsylvania. He's from Pennsylvania. Hold on. Here, he's a fucking public figure. BB, Jesus. Up. Oh no, he was born in Tel Aviv. Why did I think he was... Hold on a second. Why did somebody tell me that he's American? Okay. Was raised in West Jerusalem and the United States. He returned to Israel in 1967. That's why. In 72, he returned to the US, and after graduating from MIT, basically, worked for Boston Consulting Group. Good Lord. 84 to 85, he was Israel's ambassador to the United Nations. Oh, good Lord. Rose to prominence after election as a chair of Likud in 1993. In 1996 general election, Netanyahu became the first Israeli prime minister elected directly by popular vote. Was defeated in 1999 and entered the private sector? He returned and served as Minister of Foreign Affairs and Finance, initiating economic reforms before resigning over the Gaza disengagement plan. What the fuck is this resume? Formed a coalition with other right-wing parties and became prime minister again in 2009. Ugh. And then everything else is generally as we know it from like 2016 forward. Netanyahu's premierships have been criticized for perceiving democratic backsliding and an alleged shift towards authoritarianism. Netanyahu's coalition pursued judicial reform, which was met with large-scale protests in early 2023. Ugh. I don't want to look at this anymore. No shit, Sherlock! Wheel spin. Oh, shit. I clicked the wrong thing. I unfull screened my browser. Hold on. All right. Here, we'll get the screen so y'all can see it this time. Boop. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? Fuck. Fuck. Is already a clown show with how Russia's getting its ass kicked. If NATO gets involved, then Putin would have tanks knocking at his front door within a month. A month is a pretty short time. All right, so I gotta do 25 push-ups. Entire section of immense depression. It's basically a lot of food. Sad not food. Why did I think food? Sad footage from... Why do you go watch that, Jay? Why did you go watch that? What could you have possibly thought? What? YouTube doesn't take it down? Yes? Yeah, but... Why would you go watch that intentionally? And for prolonged moments of time? NATO won't get involved yet. Yeah, because fucking when we made NATO, but for some reason they decided to give the United States effectively ultimate power over every decision, which I remember learning about NATO and how like the voting system worked and being like, doesn't that seem like rigged? Like, that seems really stupid. That's not a democratic unification of countries. That's fucking 3 superpowers and fucking second-class countries that kind of get to vote, but then also it doesn't fucking matter. Do a video about it in 5 hours and I began to cry. Yeah, I'm surprised you didn't start crying 1 hour in. Which is being USA's bitch boy. Yep. It's like, I was like, looking at that though, it's literally just fucking of control, I guess. I'm like, it feels like it's just completely built for like the US, Britain. Who else was it? Hold on. Who were the top members again? Is it the founding members? I don't think it's the founding members. France? I don't think it's all of the founding members. Maybe it is. Hold on. Who has the veto powers? Requires the unanimous consent of all member states for any group action. Oh, it's the permanent members. That's it. The permanent members are China, France, Russia, United Kingdoms, and the United States were the original. This is the UN, though. This is the UN. This is the one that I was thinking of. Never mind. I got it mixed up. My brain is always like fucking split between UN and NATO policies. It was the UN I was thinking of. I was saying NATO at first, but I fucked up. Control? Court case involving Homeland Security. The head of HLS testified that Israel's been being the U.S. order since 1986. Their website. I'm not fucking surprised. Hold on. Wait. Why are they suing Homeland Security? Homeland Security didn't exist until post-2001, didn't it? Let's see what I can find really quick. Oh, is this it? This is from July. This is a news article from July. God damn it. Fucking subscriptions. Okay, here it is. Maybe NBC News can help. DHS used anonymous pro-Israel site to target activists for deportation, agency says in court. DHS said in a trial Wednesday that it used the list from the site, which had been accused of doxing people whom it sees as being anti-Israel and anti-Semitic. A rare federal trial Wednesday in which university groups are challenging the Trump administration's efforts to deport pro-Palestinian activists. The Department of Homeland Security shared how it got names of some of the students who were targeted for deportation. During day 3 of the proceedings in Boston, Peter Hatch, a senior DHS investigation official, said most of the names of the student protesters were flagged to the agency for analysis, not anonymous. Analysis came from Canary Mission. The anonymous group has published a detailed database of students, professors, and others who it says have shared anti-Israel and anti-Semitic viewpoints. Many of the names of student protesters provided you for the Office of Intelligence to produce reports of analysis on came from a website called Canary Mission, the judge asked. It's true. Many of the names, or even most of the names, came from that website, Hatch, assistant director of the Homeland Security Investigations Intelligence Office, said in his testimony. But we were getting names and leads from many different sources. Canary Mission said in an email that it has not been working with DHS and pointed out that its database is public. canarymission.org. Students. Region. South. State. Texas. University. Oh, my university isn't on here. Wow, there's really not a lot of universities on here. Do I need to search it? Nope. Nope, that doesn't help. That doesn't help at all. Wait. Are they doxing where their family is? Because some of these people, it says some of these people are going to MIT. I'm not going to pull this up on stream, but no, these are university they go to, I guess state they're from, status as a student. Granted, all of these just look like most of these are just average Arab women and men. And then there's hi Alexandra Montez. That's fine. That's the only one that doesn't seem to be like a person with an Arabic name. Dope to model. Hi, Furnace. What I just joined into. Somebody brought up that the DHS was being sued, and they said that there was a site that they were using to find students and stuff. The feds and state police raided multiple homes, intimidated pro-Palestinian students, detained them, and released the heads of said groups, all with incredible vague warrants for, get this, graffiti and other unnamed crimes. Unnamed crimes? Eat my entire fucking ass, dude. Here, can I see? Hold on, how many professors do they have? Oh wait, I'm on the student list. Students, professors, professionals, medical, organization, ex-Canary? What? They have a section on ex-Canary? Ex-Canary features individuals who were formerly investigated and featured on Canary Mission, but have since rejected the latent anti-Semitism in the far right, far left, and among anti-Israel organizations and activists. These individuals have displayed the intellectual honesty to acknowledge the problem of anti-Semitism with anti-Israel organizations such as Students for Justice in Palestine, Jewish Voice for Peace, and the Boycott, Divest, Sanctions BDS movement. They have shown moral courage to recognize their earlier mistakes despite social pressure from their peers. We commend these individuals for their strength of character in embracing tolerance and coexistence. Due to fear of harassment, ex-Canaries' identities may be removed. There's no faces here. There's just silhouettes that seem to change based on the person's gender. There's like a woman silhouette, and there's a man silhouette. There's no names. There's just quotes, I guess. But a lot of them sound really brainwashy. Like this, the first one literally just starts, I've come to renounce SJP because my experience in the Holy Land have opened my eyes to, and then it cuts off. And I refuse to go read more of that. Trump went someplace and people started chanting Free Palestine. He talked about it in a press where he said, didn't know what they were talking about and asked Pam to look into it. Huh? Crackdown on immigration from Egyptian and other Middle Eastern countries was because of Canary? Yep. Would she mega evolve too? I mean, hold on, where is it? We have the monster design. I do have a monster design. Canary? No, it's canary, like the bird. It's spelled canary, like the bird. What is medical? If I go here, it's gonna be doctors? Okay. Jesus Christ, the wording on some of the descriptions for these people. Yeah, a lot of these two words, person's name signed an anti-Israel letter during Israel's war against Hamas terrorists. That's the wording they use. Okay. Okay, I guess. Why is this under the medical section? These all say that they're professors or professional. Okay. Listen, if they want to add my name to this list, go ahead. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Pam Bondi, yes, the head of. Isn't she the head of Homeland Security, or is she the head of? Hold on, I forget what her position is. Ugh, God. She's the Attorney General. That's it. Ugh. Yeah, she's the Attorney General. Yeah. I do not like looking at this woman. Her head looks like a thumb. She looks like a dehydrated thumb. I can't unsee it now. I can't unsee it now. Using anything to get them students the visas, but it'll still not hold up in court. They tried getting 2 students to be deported, but have no support from the courts. Duh. Because most of the time, these people are only exercising their freedom of speech, their First Amendment rights. And they're like, no, it's anti-Semitic. Okay. Whatever you say, champ. Whatever you say, champ. All right, champ. I never started the Twitter stream. Fuck. I'm getting really bad at remembering to start. Hold on. God damn it. I do this to myself. I do this to myself every time. All right. All right. Did this every time. Now I need to go open. I want to open Gartic Phone for today. Work, damn you. Work, damn you, Gartic Phone. Wait. Why is... Uh-oh. Where'd it go? Why is Texas State trending? Why is Texas State trending? Also, why can't I get Gartic Phone to work? I keep getting an error page. Okay. Then I need you. Because you don't have a permanent link for some reason. All right, we got 4 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and bring the screen down. Yoink, yoink, yoinkity yoink. Baron Ghost still bad at social media. Always. I will always be bad at social media. Honestly, that's probably why we have like it's fairly slow, but it's very steady growth. And it's most of the time I always notice the big bumps and people coming in when I do more posts. Which, duh, that's how you fucking divest stuff. It's dang it. I still need to look at the clips from yesterday. I know y'all got a couple clips from yesterday, and I don't even remember what they were. The passport revocation was proposed in a bill, but when it was exposed prior to it hitting the floor, it was withdrawn. Wait, what? Fucking Coward has no spine. He's a damn bootlicker. Goddamn right he is. Show off my stream streak. I finally figured it out. How do I show it off? Did you click it? Oh, I still need to do the 25 push-ups too. They could just take it. Gotta up the clip count, hacker man. I need to take the one of me getting scared by the fucking plants. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna ask Sai right now while I'm thinking about it. I'm gonna see if Sai could edit me the compilation of all 7 of those clips. Scared of plants? Yeah, when we played Resident Evil 1 and I kept getting fucking snatched by the plants. Chat, don't forget to play the game. River. I've caps lock. Cherry? Sandal? I can't even tell what that bottom left one fucking is. Coffee? Cappuccino. Latte. Open door? Door. Pisa? Or is it P-I-S-A? Leaning tower. Damn it! Damn it! How could you? How could you? All right. Does this people have some time of brain damage? Corvo. Do you have some kind of brain damage? Do these people have some kind of brain damage? I think is what you were going for. Are you having a stroke? Are you okay? You know, I should have done those 25 push-ups during that commercial break, but I did not. I completely missed it. Wait. Are you serious? Okay, I found where that icon I showed you earlier came from. Apparently, it is 50 states, 1 Israel delegation that a bunch of lawmakers went to in Israel, and some dude there played fucking Somewhere Over the Rainbow. Is nothing sacred to these people? I would have thrown a chair. I would have thrown a chair. Keep his song out of your fucking mouth. Me ooga booga. Unga bunga. Oh my goodness. The source? Yeah, hold on. Of this person, they have AI brains? Ugh. This is just in my stream. I don't know what disclose.tv is, but this is literally a video of, I guess that I refuse to unmute this to hear him sing it. I don't know what disclose.tv is. Okay, hold on. We're gonna go bully Sai real quick. I know what I need to do. I know what I need to do. Hold on. Sai started streaming, and I was gonna ask her if she could edit the videos, so now I'm gonna do something goofy because she hold on. All right, I can also, what I can do is I can go ahead and change the audio thing really quick. Because I think this is going to be funny. I think this is going to be funny. So we're going to swap over. I'm just going to shoot her $10. Because anytime I offer to pay her to edit clips, she always gets mad. Well, she doesn't get mad. She like, oh, I clicked the wrong thing. I clicked gaming. All right, hold on. Let me do, I'm actually going to move this over here. Because then I can do it on separate monitors. And then, oh, that's the wrong one. There we go. All right. There's the nerd. Look at the nerd.
Okay, if I can find it, apparently it's getting taken down. The fuck?
Okay.
Interesting.
This is fine.
Basically, yesterday, if you didn't see, some person, like a year ago, tweeted a clip
Come on, PayPal
from
work.
Finster's stream / VOD, where Finster basically was talking to Risa or Murisa. If you don't know who they are, they're
This is gonna annoy her. She's having a serious
This is a
conversation.
massive TLDR. If you, what the fuck? Thank you for the $10.
Oh, I don't think she's gonna notice. I don't think she's gonna notice.
Why are you donating?
I don't think she read who it was. I just put it that one clown. I just marked it that one clown.
Hope you're doing good, sweetie. I'm trying to find it, but I can't.
Ah, she didn't notice.
seem
She didn't
to
notice.
Find it. I guess it's being taken down? Question mark. But basically, somebody had called Finster out, part 40,000 again, of course.
Okay. Okay.
As Bede said in the Discord yesterday.
Damn it. Damn it. It didn't work. All right. Oh, yeah, this is the Texas State thing that I opened that I haven't even looked at yet because I have no idea what it is. All right. Mission failed. Mission failed. I will yell at her. Hold on. Let's unmute it.
Risa and talking about that Finster was supposed to give Risa like $5,000 for their surgery, and
Okay, admit. No. The face said she was gonna go yell at her. Mission failed. Mission failed. She didn't even look at the name. I'm upset. I'm upset. Damn it. All right, hold on. What's going on at Texas State? Wait. Oh, okay. Apparently some guy at Texas State was, quote, okay, here's what people are saying. Has ordered staff to identify and punish the man who glorified the assassination of Charlie Kirk and harassed his supporters. This comes after Greg Abbott publicly called for him to be expelled. Freedom of speech doesn't exist anymore, does it? Does it, guys? It's not so important anymore, is it? Yeah, and all of these posts are just Kirk fans reposting this man's face, trying to figure out who he is. Wait, what is this? Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, now she notices. Now she notices. Hi, princess.
fucking tossing money at me now.
Christ. Oh, now she notices. Now
She did it.
Head ass. Head ass. I just want you to make a clip. That's it. I don't want to pay you to make a clip. That's all. That's all I needed. Goods and services. Read your donations. Read your donations, nerd. Don't give her the satisfaction. Pretend she's not there. Just turn around. I needed your attention, and I thought it was funny. Yes. Go buy yourself a nice drink. A basic drink. Serendipitous. What? You talk to me at the good stream today like a good streamer? No, I refuse. I'm better than that. Is it, wait, was this fucking, oh, it's Nickelback. It's Rockstar by Nickelback. But with Clip, I figured that was the goal. Buying the dwinks? Yeah, buying the dwinks. Just a single drink. I'm not buying, I can't, the $10 does not get you a bottle of anything worth having. Oh, good lord, that is an AI generated pig and it looks horrifying. Official mod business confiscating all dwinks in carnival grounds. Not all the dwinks. All the dwinks. Okay. Hold on. We gotta go look again.
Wow. Anyway. Go support Marin. Marin's amazing, has a beautiful voice as well. Okay. Why not?
This is interstream bullying is what this is.
Anyway, go support Marin. Marin's amazing, has a beautiful voice as well.
Muted again. All right. Obligations. How many of you drink beer? Not that often. On occasion. I did a couple weeks ago when I had like a really bad day and I was like, I'm gonna go do pizza and a beer about it. And I had a really good beer. I posted a picture, I'm pretty sure on social media. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I posted it on social media. Is very supportable? What do you mean? We only serve adult beverages here? No, we still have like Carnival lemonade. Gotta have the Carnival lemonade. Don't you know? It looked goob. Right. Today's the perfect day to call me on a cutie. You can't prove that. You can't prove today's the perfect day. What if it's better tomorrow? What if tomorrow's the better day to do it? I need not lemons or their aid. I need real lemon drinks. I'll make you a reanimator. Pick you right up. And then put you right down. Did we call you tomorrow too? No. Very supportable. I don't believe you. Actually, hold on. Is this counter still correct? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, that sub counter is still correct. I had to make sure because yesterday it was... Oh. Ooh. Oh, interesting. Horror show. A variant? Variant? Follow. Seems interesting. Oh, all right. What's up, Voidling? What's up? Everyone, what's your favorite thing about Mary? No! No, I can't handle the compliments. You can't make me. You can't make me. Aw. All right. Forearms.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't spread over every egg.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Very Dej, extremely Dej. Absolutely put down Dej. Don't look at my other arms. Carnival lemonade is what? Also, I think you had another stroke at the end there. Do we need to talk about checking your messages? Is that what this is? Is that what this is going to be? The ambition she chases? I try my best, but god damn it, I know I need to do more. Clip making. I need to edit more shit. I need to be fucking funnier. Have you heard the new Sabaton songs? I have not. How new is, well, God, I think the last new song in heavy air quotes I listened to was fucking Last Stand. The more funny, the more money. It's not don't even, sometimes it can convert to money, but more often in this case, I really just want to get partner. I really want partner, and I need to work up the courage to actually make videos. Ooh. Ooh. The United States Commission of Inquiry has concluded that Israel is, in fact, committing a genocide. Okay, now you're in the correct state of mind. UN, okay. Calls on nations to stop sending weapons to Israel, ensure people within their jurisdiction aren't aiding or inciting the genocide, and hold those who are accountable. That'll be curious to see if it actually does anything. Partner, independent, not working. No, Twitch partner. About fucking time. No, I was talking about Twitch partner. Twitch partner. Ooh, Drowned Lake got a new trailer. That horror fishing game. Ooh. Strangles you, shakes you. You gotta hold a little tighter. I spell gloob. You spell glued. Excellent. Oh, I know Vapor is. I know. I figured that's what you were talking about, but the partner, independent, not working. I was talking about partner for Twitch. I want that fucking check mark. Explodes you with mind. My fucking pancakes. Actually, out of curiosity, chat, have any... Oh, I thought I saw something else for a second. Sells you glue? Oh, no. I want a staff spanner? What? What's a staff spanner? I don't know what a staff spanner is. Wait, what? Ugh. Okay. Icon. Oh, gotcha. The black staff wrench. I got you. Yeah. I know what you're on about. Now we're on the same page. A really long wrench. No. The Twitch staff wrench that they have. They get like a black icon. But what the fuck? I'm sorry. I just saw another friend's post. She posted it yesterday saying, it's like, I heard Twitter likes tummies, blah, blah, blah. And then she made another post that was just, that appears to be true. Thank you for participating in the survey. And then it's a picture of some girl grabbing her ass through her skirt. Like she's scratching an itch. And that's so fucking funny for some reason to my mind. Oh my God. Not that I could work for Twitch, but I want one. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Gotta dig up in there, I guess. It's not even a picture. It was a meme. It was like one of those like really crudely drawn memes. But I was like, where does that come from? Also, hold on. Okay. But, chat, we need to figure out what we're gonna do. I got distracted. I got momentarily distracted. I'm sorry, I think I just saw the most terrifying fan art of somebody I know ever. Because, good lord. My Blockbuster. Your what? Your what scented candle? What? What do you mean? What do you mean your Blockbuster scented candle? What is, well, How would you describe a Blockbuster scent? Old carpets, the smell of plastic from the VHSs? When's the carnival scented candles dropping? As soon as I find a place that will make me a candle. I do know a couple people. We also did a collab with one. I think Naren, that we played. Was that the day that we played like 8 hours of Schedule 1? I'm pretty sure she owns a candle company. Candle go round confirmed. Putting it in media channel. Oh no. Oh no. All right. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. All right, chat. Do we want to do a poll? Actually, let's figure this out first. Do we want to do just chatting the whole day, or do we want to play one of the new games I got for carnival themed hot sauce? I've never got to talk to Grimmy, and I don't really watch her streams that much. If ever, wait a second. Oh. Today's Tuesday? Did they release it a day early by accident? I think Bloodlines 2 just released their Brujah trailer a day early. I thought they were supposed to be releasing on Wednesdays. So rebellious they can't even stick to a schedule. So they released the Brujah not on schedule. That's kind of funny, actually. That's kind of funny. Yeah, but I don't really have any connections to Grimmy to like be able to like try and talk to her or anything, and I don't really want to reach out randomly. I also feel like I need to understand more about a person's content before I'm like, yeah, I'd like to do something with this person. And Grimmy is just somebody that I've never been able to watch an entire stream of. Usually because I'm busy. And because she doesn't always come to mind as somebody that I'm just going to sit and watch. Because I mentioned I usually only have like 2 streams open. And like 99% of that time, it's to be like, to have friends open that I know want to get partner and I want to support them. I want to help push Dash ETV. Like right now, I have Sai and Zebby open. Oh, I do have friends of friends. I do have friends of friends, but that I don't want to use that connection to try and reach for somebody. That feels wrong. Mine's to rank up that yearly recap total watch time. Oh. Well, I mean, I think technically from the last couple, compared to the last couple years, this like last year and a half has been much lower total stream time. Like we used to stream 5 days a week with like 5-hour plus streams. If I ain't for over 30,000 hours on record, I ain't done it right. Oh my. That sounds exhausting. It was. I did get very tired doing it. And it's why we cut back a little bit. But that was also days back when we could stream games for like the whole fucking stream. So are we condensing Ordain into a candle? What do you think an ordained candle would smell like? Iron? I feel like it would just smell like iron and burnt fur. Probably. Oh my god, all the ash emotes? All the ash emotes? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Thank God. Thank God. Don't you fucking dare. I don't know, Ordain, what do you think you smell like as a candle? It's time to put a little furry creature into a candle jar. Maybe burnt cotton candy? Maybe? I could see it. Top of all the streamings and socials and mandatory carnival vacations. Yeah, as long as we make enough money and we're sustainable, I really do want to try to do like little like weekend trips with Faye and Sai. I really want to try to like plan out going on like weekend trips to travel. Mango or strawberry parfaits? Strawberry parfaits. Yeah, we get to ride the trains. We're gonna go to other countries. Gonna check out architecture, have delicious food. The thing is, I just need to figure out like how much those things cost so I can be like, how frequently are we going to do them? How far ahead are we going to plan them? Well, no, right now, almost all of the extra funds are going to moving and getting the emotes that Ordain wanted yesterday. I'm picking. I got the emote that Ordain wanted. I got what would effectively be a good base for like combination emotes, and then I got a fire hose emote that I wanted to get. That's essentially going to be our squirt bottle. Instead of having a squirt bottle, I want to have a fire hose. I mean, that is technically still true. That is also correct. You are correct. The thing is, I need to diversify my income a lot more in the case, I mean, like, I don't mean like getting more merch, because right now the merch sales have not been exceptionally, really much at all. I mean, the Uber Market stuff I know is expensive. It's really expensive. So like, I usually advertise it when it's on sale and shit. I more mean I just need to fucking post more on TikTok. I guess I'm going back to posting on TikTok. I thought I'd given up posting on TikTok because it felt like TikTok constantly screwed me. We'll post shorts more. We'll do... I'm going to try to start recording videos. I have multiple scripts. The thing is, some of them are outdated. Like, I had one on... well, I could technically still do the Bloodlines 1 video. You know what? Maybe we'll try to do that in October. Maybe I will end up doing a full playthrough. I will probably end up doing a full blah, blah, blah, blah. Okay, towards the end of this month, we are going to start Bloodlines 1, and we are going to play the entirety of Bloodlines 1 on stream. And then more than likely, I'm probably going to use the footage for a video later on. Elysian Phantom, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? I'll post more. I'll post on TikTok more. I have news for you. What do you mean? Marin's finally content. And the thing is, I do these in like waves where I'm like, I want to do more. I need to do more. And then I start doing more. And then I get so exhausted and tired. I don't want to keep going. Like, it takes me forever to edit a short because I'm not like procrastinating. I'm distracted. And I'm like, I basically, every time I want to do a short, I'm like, I can think of a cool thing I could do for this short. And then I have to learn how to do it, find it in my program, or worse, find a plugin that does it. And it takes me like 2 hours to make a 15-second short. Tomorrow? The fuck it does. The fuck it does. There's no way. That's fine. I'll post it to YouTube Shorts. Regardless. Blue Sky Talk, they do have the... Wait, they what? I mean, I will always post shorts to other social medias. So if I upload a short to TikTok or to YouTube Shorts, I'm going to upload it to Twitter and Blue Sky. I'm essentially just going to start... What's the word? Peppering. Yeah, we'll get back to making shorts. I probably want to do some more candid ones. No, not candid. More like scripted-ish ones. That like kind of convey the theme of what we do here. So I might do like some spookier stuff here and there if I can, especially with Halloween coming around. And I want to do more voice acting practice. So we'll see what I find. We'll see what I come up with. I know, Queens. I know. It's just the annoying thing is it's just like, oh. It's if I was as fast as Sai with doing shorts, I'd probably want to do it more. Feeds can be set to video feeds, but also the video tab and in the discovery feed. They use the TikTok short tab. Do they really? Hold on a second. Blue Sky. Oh, do you mean I did not open Blue Sky? I'm an idiot. I opened Twitter. What did you say was feeds? Feeds, discover, immediate boobs. Immediately I get NDA SFW, the artist who does like the really good freckled girls. Just immediately bobs in your face. Since I don't use the discover feed, the trending features, I'm not entirely up to date. That makes sense. I've never used the feed section. Popular with friends. Oh goodness. Cats with jobs. Oh my goodness, he's a bus driver? Oh, good lord. Technology used to be cool, but now it's owned by the worst, most money-sick humans on the planet, and they're... I almost read that out loud, and I don't think I want to read that out loud. I kind of want to read it out loud because it's funny. It's kind of funny. All right, chat. Fair warning. We're going to use a outdated term. We're going to do this whole thing. Technology used to be cool, and now it's owned by the worst, most money-sick humans on the planet. But there are transsexual furry hackers out there still fighting the good fight. That was the fucking post. It was somebody made an infographic out of somebody's just text post. That's fucking amazing. That's fucking amazing. I like that. Oh my god. All right. The true heroes. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. It was, in fact, the technical term for the longest time. For what? Through the 90s, I'm pretty sure? Early 2000s, I think was when it changed. So there's still a lot of people that use that term. It's also kind of funny for emphasis. It's kind of funny for emphasis for whatever reason. All right. Sheep go around really out here doing the good work. Oh my god. I am not IT. What's the word? Damn it, what's the word? I don't know shit about IT. Let's just go with that. Wear booba? You're not getting the booba. You're not getting the booba. Even though it was censored with Patreon stickers, I am not. I am not showing you the booba. You do not get the booba. Wait. Okay. When sheep go round? I mean, you have to hit 250 subs. We're still 100 away. Well, 96 specifically. Gotta onboard Baron to the Baron social programming team? Listen, you gonna send me to a coding boot camp? Is that what this is? Are you gonna send me to one of those like really annoying boot camps that always advertise? It's like, you could have a brand new job in IT in 6 weeks. Baron Go Booba requires currency? Well, I mean, I do technically have Marin Go Pound over on the blue Twitch, but I've never posted anything over there. Not even once. Not even a little bit. Wait, Motion is gonna close down? What do you mean? Why would they? $6,000 goal? What? Wait, why would they close down? Or would just work stop on it because they can't afford to keep going? What? Not got much active, needs more comms. Listen, I haven't been able to afford commissions. Like these emotes I got yesterday, which QB is probably actually working on today. Let's actually go check that really quick. QB cubed. Twitch. Okay. Ah, nope, she's taking a break. She's playing Sonic. Sonic Roboblast 2. I don't actually know this one. It looks kind of cool. But yeah, she's at some point today, she's supposed to be working on, I guess, the emotes. I'm in no big rush, but she said she was going to work on them today. She's also working on updating the Marin Go Rope emotes. What are we doing today? That's what I was going to ask. Do y'all want to keep chatting? We can keep chatting. We could play games, which I got 2 games yesterday. We'll probably play both of these at some point. But I got Deck of Haunts, which I didn't realize came out months ago. It also apparently just got an update yesterday. Oh no, today. I got a major update today. And we have, where is it? Water Park Simulator. Hi, Coco. She just came up from under the bed and plopped down on the other side of the room. Hi, baby. Which emotes is she working on? She's making the one that you wanted. She's making a like stationary stare one that I wanted. That's also going to look like you can hold the thing that you wanted. She's making a firefighter emote of me that's going to be for basically our like squirt. So when you're misbehaving, we'll use the firefighter emote. Coco, I can't pet you when you plop down. I can't pet you down there, baby. Ugh. Pat, pat, pat, pat, pat, pat, pat. It's gonna be Cleaver. It's gonna be a Cleaver. Firefighter calendar win. A calendar would be really cool, but calendars are expensive because that would require 12 independent full art pieces, high quality art pieces, and that's expensive. When I tell you, if I got a calendar that was the quality of which I was willing to sell, it would cost me over $1,200. So if we want to get a calendar at some point, I would have to have a larger monthly income. Knife or axe? Knife. It's more like knife. See the early version of rope in the VIP section? Oh yeah, that was the earliest version, and then it kind of changed a little bit, and I was like, after she finished it, I was like, I kind of want the other version. I'll totally pay for the other emote, and I paid her a long time ago. But she's been so busy, and I had completely forgotten about it until I messaged her about the new emotes yesterday. Hi, Melissa. How are you doing? Thank you for 10 months. Holy shit. My pirate software sub? Hell yeah. Listen, chat, if there's some problematic streamers out there that have emotes that you really like, let me know. We'll work something out. Especially when we get partner, we're going to have so much more slots to fill. So I want to know what emotes y'all want. I do have a list of a bunch of different like emotes that a lot of people have that a lot of people like. Play Water Park Simulator while getting chores done. And listen, if we don't play it today, we are going to play them next week. I also have next week Pigface. I was given a key from the dev for Pigface. And we will be playing that probably Monday. I think we're going to play it Monday. It'll be a good Murder Monday game. The salt one is a pretty good emote. I started my chaos with his knife. True. Very true. Update comfy emote, extra comfy, give hot chalky. I mean, Maki was the one who made that comfy emote, the current one we have. I could try talking to her and I could pay her for it. She's made the shock emote and the comfy emote completely free. Because I mentioned I really like them. Like it's normal inclusion in a sentence. That's what the game's called. It's called Pigface. Here, I'll give you a description. You wake up with an explosive headache and a pool of your own blood. Your exit, a terrible woman whose awful past has finally caught up with her. Fulfill contracts for the people who drilled into your skull. Guns blazing, slow and tactical, it doesn't matter. They know you'll do whatever it takes. So yeah, it's basically like an unhinged murder spree kind of game. But they gave me a key for it. Wait, unlock a variety of masks that enhance your ability to kill. Oh. Purchase anything from hammers to grenade launchers to Kevlar vests from the black market. Combat sandbox style missions. Earn money, expand your let out, get closer to whoever's pulling the strings. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think this is gonna be a fun game. The thing is, I can't play it this week because it's under embargo until Thursday. It's under content embargo until Thursday. I can't stream it and I can't upload or post a video on it until Thursday. Technically, I could play it today in my own time. Like, looks like Zoe has already opened it and played about 19 minutes of it. It's kind of a boomer shooter. It's kind of a boomer shooter. The goon emote, boss. Listen, that's a good emote. I actually do have that on my list of, let me see, let me get the list out. There was 2 emotes we had that we wanted Show, like our little mascot, to be on. And they were Goon Show, and Chad Show. So like a Chad faced little guy, and then a very like goon with like the cap kind of style. I like grass hide emotes. They're so cute. They're so cute. Thing is though, is I haven't had enough like disposable income in months. To be able to do stuff like Rama gets new emotes pretty frequently. But like I don't go look at VGen anymore for like stuff I may want in the future because it just makes me sad because I never know when I'm going to be able to afford it. How much do emotes cost? It could be anything from like $15 to usually $15 is like the low end. That's what QB costs. QB is $15 in emotes for static emotes. Sorry, just punched the microphone. But like our Ash emotes, so like our crime brulee emotes, those are $60. Ash's emotes are highly detailed and like massive file wise, so they have a lot of uses other than just emotes, but they are $60 because Ash pours her heart and soul into those emotes. Are you sure you don't want my back alley wares? I'm always looking for practice. Listen, if there's stuff that I mention on stream that inspire you to make an emote, I will absolutely find a way to squeeze it in. If I can't squeeze it in on Twitch, it'll go in Discord. Yeah, if we want to get more Ash emotes, you can actually fund it on Throne. I do actually have a specific thing for the $60 cost of an Ash emote. I usually spout out like what things would be fun emotes off the top of my head, just randomly during stream, and I forget to write them down all the time. But I do still have this list because I started making this list before when like I was still planning 2.0. Like I have one here that's just called Flashlight. Oh, I have Dead. We actually did get Dead, so I don't need that. I have Hug. I have Cozy with Tea, apparently is one of them. The emotes, which is like Ash's emote because I use that one all the time. This one. Zoom/Big Eyes. Flower. I do want one of the ones that's like offering a flower. I don't know if I have flower. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. It's one of the ones like I think Amuki has one that's just holding the flower out, but I want it to be a rose that has like an eye in it. I apparently wrote down that I want a thighs emote. I could probably get QB to do a thighs emote if we wanted one. Yeah, like Luma's. The Gib. I mean, we already do. That's a weird way to name that because we have the grab already, which is the reaching. That's also by Ash. That's a good emote. That's a very good emote. Nurge, which is one that we already got. Fishing emote. That's the one I have written down. I do want to get one of us where it's like me fishing. And then what I'll do is when we have space, I will add it to Twitch, but I will first add it to 7TV so that anytime somebody does !fish, it'll post that emote. It'll be that emote. Animated ones I have are Wave Eyebrow, an update to the bug one, which we still have bug, right? Oh yeah, we do. We still have the 1.0 bug. I want to get a 2.0 bug at some point. Nodders, Take My Money emotes, Wow, which I feel like I was probably thinking of a very specific one. A Blinking Eye emote, which I'm pretty sure I actually wanted to be like mostly transparent, but very similar to like that eye, like that eye that we currently have, but it like blinks in chats. Baron Cove loudspeaker, maybe. Ooh, like a Barker emote, that'd be fun. Scream emotes, Bongo cats, a watching emote where it's me eating popcorn. Another hype emote so that we can replace like the 1.0 super hype. Yeah, the Barker mentioned. And then I do have this one written down because this is one y'all wanted. which was a charge emote. Like, I think Rama still has it. Does anybody have, do I have Rama? Oh, I do. I think she got rid of the, oh, battle. It was battle. Something similar to like this, but after it's like me shouting and then it's just a whole bunch of shows just like piling over me. What Marin wants? No, we're getting a fire hose instead. We're getting a fire hose instead. The blinks? So wait, that's hilarious. That's so fucking funny. I love that. All right. But yeah, those are all the emotes that I have like saved. But I haven't been rushing to get these emotes because we're already maxed out on space on Twitch. Marin spraying me with water. I consider getting a second emote, yeah, where it's basically just like, it looks like Show getting just absolutely hosed down. I think eventually, I like, this is going to be a base one. And then I think in the future, I will make that one and the one of Show getting hosed. Animated. We'll get them animated. Let me double check real quick. How many animated spots do we have? Emotes. We have one. We have exactly one animated slot open. Although the thing is, I think once we fill up animated slots, we'll start like getting rid of the older ones. So like Ball will probably go first, or Vibing. Actually, I think we'll start reducing the dump emotes. We'll start reducing the dump emotes first. Because we have 3 dump emotes. What I think I'm gonna do is we'll keep the middle speed and we'll get rid of the slower one, and then we'll get rid of the bigger one, the fastest one. It's fine. But they're hi, Laura. How are you doing? Oh my God. Oh my God, that emotes. Oh no. Oh no, more wobble. Oh no. Wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble, baby, wobble. We're taking away dumps. More dumpies always. Well, we have 3 different speeds, and I mostly gave all 3 of those because we could fill animated slots. It'd make more sense to get rid of ones that are essentially the same emotes with different speeds. I suppose. I suppose. All right. Yeah, it's we have a slow, we have a medium, and then we have fast. Oh my God. Yes, Coco, what is it? I can't pet you back there. She just grumbled under me. I don't know if y'all heard it. I don't know if y'all could hear that, but all right, Coco, let me go let you out. Come on. Go. Oh, Jesus, Coco. I was trying to roll backwards, and I think I touched her foot with the wheel. It's fine. She's fine. She's just a drama queen. I moved back really slow, so it didn't like get her. All right, Stinky Pants, let's go. Yeah, because she likes to get really close to me. No! No! So loud. That was so... Wait, which part? I get that. I've done that to my sister's palm before, being caught a figure in a wheel. I usually move back because she was like right up next to me. But she's a drama queen. If I like slightly like roll over her or something, she'll yell. But she's gotten really mouthy in her old age. She used to be extremely quiet and would like only ever make noises or bark whenever somebody like knocked on the door she didn't know. But now she does like grumbles, like very frequent grumbles. It's very cute. Oh, okay. Oh God. Sorry. Minnie just gave me a mild heart attack. Minnie made a post yesterday that was time to say goodbye. And then I was like, huh? And then underneath it said parentheses to version 1.5. Whew. Whew, thank God. Whew. Sweating it out there for a second. Minnie, no! Shams, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Peem. Wait, Peem? What about Peem? All right, chats. Do we want to see this new Bruja trailer? I thought they were only supposed to be doing releases on Wednesdays. So I guess it's time to see what the Bruja vampire has. Sorry, Kurt, asked me about the hog. About hog? Are we hogging it? Chats? Behave? Behave? Takes Queen's marshmallow? No! Oh my goodness. All right. Let's go to the screen. Are you ready to be really annoying about analyzing a game that I'm very excited for coming out? It's time to overanalyze, chat. It's time to overanalyze. Why did that feel like a really shitty Alex Jones? Or is that RFK? just make the weird coughing noises he makes. Yeah, Bloodlines 2. I'm so fucking excited. I'm so excited. No, shake him harder. Shake him harder. All right. Sorry, Hotel California. You're less important here. At the game audio volume. There we go.
I have always known the Bruja to rail against the status quo.
Hey, go
to
the bus
fight
cop.
for their beliefs.
Now this city has a fine
Die,
crop of
John.
Bruja.
Well met, kin.
The hell you call me runoff?
Only what I would call anyone who
Run
hailed
off?
from the learned clan.
Remind me to steer you to Silky. You'll like him.
Learned.
Bruja still aren't too fond of the Camarilla. Starving ferrets in a sack.
Wait. Why does this guy look almost exactly like the Primogen from Bloodhunt? Is this the same model from Bloodhunt? Silky Silksong mentions! No, Vapor is! No!
That's how we were, that's how we are.
Max is Benny's sire. Some folks get it the wrong way.
Unbound.
Benny is important to you.
I was a piece of shit when I was mortal too. And I started to figure most assholes are just scared deep down.
Listen,
Okay.
you're new here. Do this for us and
Jesus! Oh, y'all were right. So apparently those punks we saw in the previous video are the Anarchs. I have a lot of questions. Mainly, what's with the bloody nurse garb, and is your face okay?
I'll count it a favor.
And who exactly is us?
The court calls us anarchs. We can
Okay.
open doors for you or be a goddamn roadblock. Which do you want?
Annoying. Wait, was that the middle finger?
Which do you want?
And drop their weapon if armed? Goofy. Okay, we saw Lightning Strike before charge.
So like a Bruja to reek of undesirables. I suppose I must.
God, I love the hair in this
simply
game.
Endure.
Damn.
Turn it down a little bit.
Want me to massage those big old muscles?
Big old muscles.
Pitch tent. Open your mouth again, and I shall reach in and take your tongue.
Wait.
I have slain
What?
my share of fellow men.
Wait, what was
No
that?
issue doing it again.
Wait. Go back, click here. Okay, so here's the
I suppose I
customization.
must simply endure.
Damn.
Okay, so it seems like that she has the telekinesis? Is that just a baseline power? Because y'all saw that shotgun just hovering on the side, right?
Big one. Want me to massage those big old muscles?
Find your own place to pitch.
Okay, that was Earth Shock that sent them in the air. This is very concerning. Because these are definitely other vampires. But why? So it looks like, wait. I don't think I can zoom in. No, I can't. I can't zoom in on it. It's probably impossible for y'all to read. But back here, in the back, you'll see that like orange square. That's an advertisement for Piz Nachos. Pizza nachos. All right, somebody's gonna have to point me in the direction where that is in Seattle. I'm gonna need somebody in Seattle to point me in the direction.
And I shall reach in and take your tongue.
Okay, hold on. That was something else.
Place to pitch a tent. Open your mouth again, and I shall reach in.
This. So there's a white silhouette over here. Red one. I think this is another one of the vampire people chasing. So maybe red means Vitae. So that's a vampire. And then there's other white ones over here. And maybe those are just people? I wonder.
Take your tongue.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Hold on. Not this theme.
Take your tongue.
This one, this taunt. Where it gets all of them and they do like they all get locked into the same animation. Look, if there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 10 guys here that got triggered from this. That's, oh Lord, he come in vision? Oh no. Oh yeah, I know you can buy other clans' abilities. The thing is though is there's probably missions you have to do because technically in universe you don't just learn them. You have to like imbibe some of the blood of somebody who knows the disciplines. Bites head. Are y'all still fighting over there?
I have slain my share of fellow Bruja. I have no issue doing it again.
I'm very excited for this game. I'm very excited for this game, especially because it really does seem like the personality of Fire, God, I hate the name, still, actually changes with the clan. So like every one of these videos has shown like parts of conversations that the player character is having with NPCs. And I think it looks, I'm very excited. I'm sorry. I'm just very excited. If this is a game about mind powers, I interpret this clip as an ability to make enemies fight each other. This is the Bruja. So more than likely that's taunt, which like raises the aggression on enemies. They said at the beginning, they showed at the beginning, no, it wasn't this far back. Where is it? Here it is. Taunts. Compel an opponent to attack you and drop their weapons if armed. And we know every power actually has kind of a tree to it where it upgrades. We don't know what every upgrade does or what all of the upgrades and paths let you do. But what I'm guessing is, see, this only worked on her. She dropped her weapon and he picked it up, fired the shotgun at her. And then we saw this one where it worked on this whole group. Again, it is so funny that it is the middle finger. It's just fucking flip him off. Just hit him with the get fucked. Uses the femur like a mirror wax. Why are y'all fighting? Is being able to flip off the whole town. Just, and everybody is annoyed. Just citywide brawl. That'd be hilarious. That would in fact be hilarious. Eats femur? Crunchy. Crunchy. How did you eat a femur? Very carefully? Hold on. I want to see what some of the comments are. Good. Here's what I got for you. And so you know, I don't lecture. I don't rap. I'm no bureaucrat. I'm just a guy out of nowhere game to be involved in something 500 times bigger than you and me. Okay, that's the 9s from Bloodlines 1. Clan exclusive dialogue they're revealed so far. I have slayed my fair share of fellow Bruja. I have no issue doing it again. Giving people the middle finger. The physical age dynamic between Benny and Max. Fire seems to be one of the intellectual Bruja. Nice breath of air. I mean, yeah, but I mean, what is it? I think Fire's supposed to be like 400 plus years old. Back when the Bruja in canon were still warrior poets. Yeah, it looks like a lot of people are really excited for the Bruja. Yeah, I'm glad that all of these are the very, very positive, pretty much. Okay. I'm very excited for this game. Bring back the true Bruja. I want to Porus so bad. Just don't go play V5. Because there's none of the bloodlines that are in V5. Let me bring the music back. Yeah, none of the Bloodlines are in V5. Apparently, there's no plans to bring the Bloodlines back. Oh, wait, shit. All right, chat. Ad break time. Literally just... I should have waited. I didn't realize how close it was. That one actually instantly started, which is kind of crazy. All right, y'all. We're going to take a brief break. Don't forget to play the game. I'm going to go nibble on some food really quick because I'm getting peckish. And I still have leftovers to nom on. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't burn anything down. All right, I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry. I'm late. No, I was a lot hungrier than I thought I was. So I broke out all of the leftovers from the Lebanese place I went to a couple nights ago. And I had to reheat the pita. It was really good. I was trying to scarf as much as I could. I was hungry. I was quite hungry, if you will. But wait, did y'all fail again? Wow, this game's fucking hard, apparently. Jesus. Why are we struggling so much? Grapes. Grapes. Grape. Whew, I got one. Still didn't win. Oh well. Yeah, the iPad is not going well. I left the loudest Doro in the carnival quarters. What do you mean the loudest Doro? What do you mean the loudest Doro? What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh, I still need to do those push-ups. God damn it. All right, hold on. We're doing the 25 push-ups right now. Give me a second. Not enough iPadding, shaking my head. I mean, everybody's kind of just checked out. We're second screen stream over here. Yeah, you playing Cyberpunk on the other monitor over there. I see your ass, Damien. I see your ass. Focus up, okay? Pay attention over here. Look at me. Oh God, hold on. Okay, I'm gonna do the meme for shits and giggles. $5 a month. Christ. Looking. Hi, Wizlock. I see your ass playing Carnival Crafts. I see your ass playing Minecraft. All right, let's do these 25 push-ups. What do you mean bigger? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okie dokie. Ugh. Okay. Ooh. If anything, I'm playing my Gamba game in the downtime. What's your Gamba game of choice? Eat all your bed? My bed? Why are you letting them eat my mattress? I spent good money on that. Cheap, but good money. Oh my goodness. Okay. Chats, what are we going to do the rest of the day? What are we going to do? Bad money done all the crimes? What is it? Dirty deeds done dirt cheap? Is that what we need to do? What? Oh, is this the bill people were talking about earlier? Free speech advocates are sounding the alarm about a bill in the U.S. House of Representatives that they fear could allow Secretary of State Marco Rubio to strip U.S. citizens of their passports based purely on political speech. Uh-oh. Where are we going to do all the fun adult stuff? It's my bed. What are you talking about? I only sleep in my bed. We do everything else elsewhere. Oh, no. No, don't fall to the dagger heart. It's not a good system. No! Okay. Yes, I'm a real man. I love to do crime. Definitely not a cow disguised as a man. Yes, I am human. Would you like to go skateboard? I want to see if anybody remembers that reference. I need to know. isn't good. Why? Have you looked at the system? It's basically D&D adjacent, but they decided to turn them into trading cards. I'm a cow. Meow, meow. Beep, beep. I'm a sheep. Said beep, beep. I'm a sheep. Beep, beep. I'm a sheep. Skateboards. Just as he passes by, just skateboards. Oh my god. All right. I'm gonna release my second loudest word to scream at. No, you can't stop me. Ganon, you know this by now. I won't cave. Also, wait, did Hades 2 come out? Hades 2. Hades 2. 25th. Okay, the full release is the 25th of this month. Okay, we're definitely gonna play Hades. Because I've had Hades for months. Uh-oh. Almost a year. Last played November 27th, 2024. I could have swore I played it more recently than that. I could have sworn. Why are you so mean to me? I'm not being mean to you. Meow, meow. I'm the cow. I said meow, meow. I'm a no. Begging for uppies. Come here. I will provide. Get played so much in beta and alpha these days that I can't even tell if the game is released or not anymore. Yeah, it's... The thing is, I'm pretty sure currently they're still missing like some weapons, some other stuff. Oh no. Baron confirms mean. I can't believe it. You already knew I was mean. I am mean. What's your point? I'm mean and opinionated. Please and thank you. Oh no. All right. Listen, Ganon, you can pound away on the desk all you want. You can throw all the Melissa emotes at me you want. I don't give a shit. Plus, Melissa emotes only sway me in the opposite direction of the way that you are asking for things. Only hot bitches stand firm in their beliefs. I know what I'm about. I know what I'm about, baby. I was wondering what animation Claude was making yesterday for Rye, and I just realized he did a Pokemon evolution. That's so goofy. I love it. I love it. Ruin the carpet? God damn it, dragon! How could you? Why did you do this to me? Oh. Wait, that's actually a really clever emote. Huh. Wait, why did a VTuber get a model where she smokes cigarettes in her bed? Don't smoke cigarettes in bed! That's gross. That's gross. I hate it. Please and thank you. Fix your hearts or die. Fantastic. Fantastic. All right. Chat, again, we need to figure out what we're doing today. Do we want to do... Stick with me on this one. Do we want to do bad foods again? Do we want to do bad foods? Wait, what is this? Oh no. All right. All right. Have a lollipop instead of flashback to that One Piece? Wait, what? Oh, what was it? I don't remember. I don't remember what you're talking about. We should food game like Papa's Pizzeria? No. Absolutely not. Plus, I don't have that game. Married Lollipop in bed, post-bed based activities? What? Oh, Flash. Okay, I got you. The 4-kid censor of One Piece, where instead of Sanji having cigarettes, or really anybody having cigarettes, it was always lollipops. Or suckers, as it were. Okay. Okay. Do we need to run a poll on this, chat? I need an answer. I've been asking this whole time. Do we need to run a poll? Do we need to run a poll for what we're doing? Yay or nay? Poll everything? All right. We're gonna do multiple polls probably for this. So we'll do categories first. So we're gonna do, of course, naturally, the what do question mark, yapping, or gaming. Actually, you know what? I think all of our options will fit. Bad food. Or no, stupid food. Stupid food. Oh, do we want to do that? It feels like low effort, but okay. Or we can do water park sim or deck of haunts. I think those were our options. Would be at least one diplomatic force. Oh no. Oh wait, I already had Hades 2 downloaded. I didn't realize I still had it downloaded. I probably planned on playing it several weeks ago and just didn't end up touching it. Yeah, I think those are our options. We'll go with those. I'm only gonna run this 2 minutes, so y'all all better be paying attention. Stay sharp, kids. Stay sharp. Focus up. Keys. Keys. Fill in the poll. Fill in the poll, kids. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it. Poll. Every single one of you. I better see at least 40 votes. Focus up. Yeah, you currently scrambling around the office at work, just listening in. Hurry up and get back and vote. Go hide in the corner or something. Need them to Pokemon Go to the polls. No, Beef. No. Oh my goodness. I need to add to the soundboard like Jeopardy music or something. Bum bum bum bum bum bum bum. Nuh-uh. What do you mean, nuh-uh? Pay attention, kids. Pay attention, kids. Hit the poil. You misspelled it. Hit the poil. Can't vote and play Enshrouded with Val? You better go vote, Cabellos. Otherwise, we're going to end up with a painter as premier. Also, not sure if I'm allowed to vote in America. Just the poll, you fucking dingus. Okay, it looks like Stupid Foods is actually gonna win. r/Stupid Foods. Oh, good lord, here we go. Okay. No, save that. What the fuck are you doing to this turkey? Okay. Okay, this actually works. It works for me. No, vote for the water park. Don't worry, Beef. We'll play the water park next week. We will play it next week. Hopefully we finish Resident Evil this week, so we'll have more slots for games next week. All right, stupid foods it is, kids. Let's do this. Scream time. Food point laugh, baby. Welcome to number 1. Do we just want to leave the music for now? I think we'll just leave the music for now. This was a cringe alert. Exploding turkey butter. Oh, I'm kind of scared. It's only 10 seconds. Oh! Oh, Jesus. How much butter? Oh! The fucked up execution? Like, yeah, usually you can baste a turkey under the skin and stuff to try and keep it juicy. This is so much butter, it didn't even render out until he squished the turkey breast. Finally, a non-dry turkey. Listen, if you're having a dry turkey, you're cooking it wrong. Oh, yay! It's time for stupid burgers. All right, guys, here's a nice, looks like smash burger cheeseburger. And then they light my fucking nacho cheese on fire with a wooden knife that holds it together. You just lit my fucking burger on fire. Wait, is it a cup or is it just a ring? Okay, it is a ring. When does the fire stop? When does the fire stop? The stupid sauce? It is stupid. The burger's fine. Having a knife to like hold your burger together, fine, just for presentation's sake. Especially because this place is one of those places that doesn't have plates for some reason. It has a cutting board. But lighting the cheese on fire. Coating how do you eat it? Now you have to eat it with a fork and a knife. This has always been burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. All right. My partner cringed and it thinks I'm crazy. Chobani pumpkin spice coffee creamer. Fairlife 30 grams of protein. And chili powder and cinnamon. I don't think he's counting calories when it comes to this. Because this does seem kind of crazy. I can understand like chocolatey and spice. I've made a like chili chocolate ice cream before. It's pretty decent. It's pretty decent. But I don't know what to call this. Chocolate protein shake. Pumpkin spice creamer. I don't like it. What's the calorie? Okay. Pretentious as fuck is the tag on this one. So this is definitely oh, I can't remember the name of the dish, but it's the bird that's drowned in wine, and then you're supposed to cover your head to hide your shame from God as you eat the entire bird. Now, the only cringy thing in here that's happening is one, that this dish exists, and two, the fact that for some fucking reason they brought a staff member for every one of these rich fucks that decided to order this dish. And they're not even doing a good job. You're supposed to drape the whole thing over your head and the plate so that there's no view of you and the plate. This is just dumb performative bullshit. Oh, yes. Don't we look so rich having these employees hold the napkin over our head while we eat this drowned bird? The goddamn French. Yep. It was Pearl Jam. It was Pearl Jam. What the fuck am I looking at? Ordered a breakfast patty melt. I was given this monstrosity. Is that the bread? Why is the bread like 2 inches thick, dude? Bread, sausage, some heinous cheese, I think, melted over the top. Other bread, pretty decent cut of bacon, and a fried egg. Why is that on top? And then that loop right there is definitely a toothpick holding this monstrosity up. Why? Why is it shaped like that too? Why is the sourdough toast shaped like that? I hate it. Regardless, I hate it. Oh no. Little treat after dinner every night type of girl? Ma'am! Jesus! We're already well past 500 calories. I'm pretty sure each of those cookies probably has somewhere between 40 to 60 calories. More scoops of Reese's ice cream. More cups. And you squish it down and add more scoops of ice cream? More peanut butter swirl. More chocolate. Another Reese's cup. What the... What? Like, it would be delicious. I promise you it would be delicious. But that is way too much. She said this was at the end of the day as a little treat. That was bigger than any sundae you could have bought at, like, Dairy Queen, Andy's, Freddy's, like any of those ice cream places. That whole cup probably had more calories than you needed in an entire day in it. Freddy's is a frozen yogurt fast food place. They do steak burgers, beef hot dogs, and they do like potato sticks instead of regular fries. And they do frozen yogurt instead of like regular ice cream. Little treat parentheses American. Yeah, that's why this is. Maybe I'm too European for this. Nah, this is just, well, okay, maybe it is extremely American. Nurgle was clearly involved with this. No, because frankly, it's a lot of delicious ingredients. But also, hold on, the fact that she has a massive, what is basically a glass stein, but it's in the fucking shape. Can I get like a full look here? Oh, hold on, where is it? There it is. In the shape of a fucking Yeti, like a Yeti cooler cup, is so stupid. Capitalism breeds innovation. Capitalism breeds stupid ass products that nobody needs, that are only for the vain. This is dumb as hell. I hate it from the base. Ant sauce. Real ants, real flavor? Huh? Sauce. Sauce. Ants are the caviar of the future. Ant sauce. Ingredients. Ingredients and nutrition. Water, ants, specifically Palacacus dives. Fuck it. Salt, rice vinegar, spices, mushroom powder, which also includes mushroom powder, salt, sugar, autolyzed soy protein powder, mushroom extract, vitamin B, and then xanthan gum as a sweetener. What's a protein? There's no protein? It's just sodium? This is a waste of time. It's just soy sauce. It's soy sauce with an animal victim. Dude is an asshole, and I highly suggest digging into his socials and seeing exactly what he thinks of your support. Was gonna try, but saw they were being rude and snarky on one of their advertisements to other people. Very unprofessional. Can't speak on the product, but after having interacted with the owner, I couldn't ever buy the product. Absolute trash human being. Huh. just tastes like soy sauce at more than double the price. It doesn't taste bad by any means, but it is nowhere near worth the price. Just buy some soy sauce unless the novelty of eating ants is what you're after, more so than a genuine sauce. Want to let you know that you're awesome and you're golden. Well, thank you, Tyler. Well, it's very interesting that that's the first time chat, but thank you for the follow. How long have you been hiding back there? Tastes like soy sauce on steroids. Definitely would recommend. Wait, however, the Worcestershire taste is a bit overwhelming for the original sauce. I'll try the hot sauce to see the difference. Delicious nonetheless. It's soy sauce. Like, all of this, minus the mushroom powder and the ants, is soy sauce. And it's all salt. It's all salt. It is all salt. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It gives the energy of a guy who's like one of those like ultra carnivore types who is like, you know, I really like eating animals and like hunting for things that I eat. But you know what I don't like? The fact that if I want to enjoy my sushi, I have to have vegan soy sauce. I can't have that. So I'm going to make some really, really salty, easy to get animals that I can basically sell as soy sauce. Because again, all of this is fucking like Worcestershire style they're fucking sushi. I hate it. I hate it is what I do. It's not even like fire ants. I don't think so. Here, hold on. Coastal plains. What's its common name? Flying ants of some kind? Lesser weaver ants. There we go. Lesser weaver ants. If I saw hot sauce made from fire ants, I might be interested. No, it's not worth it. Just learn to make soy sauce. The listing, high quality soy sauce. It is just a picture of a live animal. Oh my God. All right. Oh, okay, this is fine. I prefer my food not moving. These are, I can't remember the exact fish. But yeah, this is a thing that's pretty common in, like, we've seen this in, I think, Thailand, right? Like a Thailand night market. We've also seen it with shrimp. Is it weird and very unusual? Yeah, I guess. But I wouldn't call this stupid food. I wouldn't call this stupid food. This is stupid food. Oh, Jesus. Of course, somehow we always manage to come back at some point to find fucking breakfast cereal ice cream candy burritos. I remember when somebody like first started making these and it was all over TikTok. These things are over 3,000 calories. You can't, like, it is 3,000 calories of straight sugar. There's M&Ms in there. That's crazy color ice cream. Fruit Loops. I can't tell if Captain Crunch is in there. Maybe it's Captain Crunch in there. I think it's Fruit Loops. I think the only cereal in there that was actually Fruit Loops, and those are just yellow loops. Fruity Pebbles. And I'm pretty sure these are two different kinds of cotton candy. I'm pretty sure it's pink cotton candy and then blue cotton candy. Probably will never try. It tastes like nothing but sugar. It will only taste like sugar and textures. That's it. It's heinous. And I promise you, it is going to be overpriced. Sweet treats. Motherfucker, that's more calories than you need in a day. Restaurant and food review in Accra, Ghana. I don't think we're going to watch the whole thing of that. God damn it, it's the pyramid again. Remember, kids, remember to eat your food pyramid. The inside of that is going to be so raw. How old is this one? 17 days? Good Lord. What's wrong with the taste of sugar? Nothing's wrong with the taste of sugar. It's the amount of sugar. And worse, the amount of processed sugar. I don't think this burger pyramid is going to be cooked all the way through. I really don't. Not the cheese square. No. Wait, I never saw that part. Wait, that's hilarious. Really, the Illuminati burger? What's wrong with... Okay, I read that already. Okay, cut it open. I need to see if it's still raw on the inside. Oh, they don't cut it open. God damn it. I'm pretty sure it's undercooked on the inside. What is this, buddy? What have you made? A friend of mine told me I should post about this, but this is meat cornbread. Yeah, you read that right. It's got about half a pound of venison barbecue sauce and a small amount of molasses, blended and added to boxed cornbread mix. Nobody seems to believe me when I say it's actually really good, but I promise it is. Bro made meatloaf. Cornbread is supposed to be square. No, it's not. It doesn't have to be square. I've eaten cornbread and sliced it like a pie. Corn loaf meats. Listen, like in a derivative sort of way, it's like a lot of Middle Eastern foods where they put the meat and the veggies inside like flatbread. I would try it, okay? It may be stupid. I think it's a little stupid. I don't think this is why they taught us shapes in school. God forbid. What the fuck? Peas with bread? Yeah, I'm with her. I'd be throwing hands. That's so insulting, dude. Granted, good-looking peas. Those are pristine peas. Remember the matcha dogs they sent you? No, stop. I want to refund all the smoke left before I had it. Yeah. The fucking loaf of white fucking bread doesn't even look like it's a baguette. Just a plain white loaf of bread. And peas. Which I can't tell if they're still like attached. No, they wouldn't be attached to the stem. They came out of pods. But there's like little strands of something in there. I hate it. I hate it so much. Oh my God. Why? Why do restaurants do this? Can you imagine being the waiter serving this and not being embarrassed? The level of embarrassment I would feel having to bring this to a person on a cruise. They better be out of fucking supplies. This cruise better be have stranded in the ocean for like 2 weeks and has run out of supplies if they're pulling this shit. From our DMs? Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit. Wait. Oh, it's a GIF. I can't reverse it. What was she pouring that matcha out of? White girl goes too far. Oh, it's packs. She took like 3 pre-mixed packs of matcha and just poured it through a sieve. No, I wanted to stop it. How do I make it stop? Just close the tab. How the hell do you eat peas? Wait, I like peas. Peas are delicious as a side dish. Or even in soup. But this is it's just peas. It's literally just peas on a plate. Hold on, go back to the beginning. Jesus Christ. I'd be so embarrassed. I'd be so embarrassed if I worked at a place that was serving this. All right. Roast stupid duck's egg. Okay. Is it like a century egg? Because it kind of looks similar to a century egg, but that's an undeveloped yolk that looks like it's fermented. With Wienerwitzen is literally a comfort food of mine. Listen, even mashed peas are pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. The British were onto something with mashed peas. They're really good with other dishes. With a spoon or a fork. Ugh. Honestly, probably the fork, because she had 3 forks. She has 3 forks over here. I see one spoon on the other side of this glass. But I imagine the expectation is to use the forks. All right, what do we got? What the hell? No. No. Yeah, what the fuck did you think was gonna happen? That dude just poured liquid nitrogen into a cup and gave it to a kid. They better be taking his ass to the hospital. His tongue just got instantaneous frostbite. Like, dude. It makes me think that they put like a drink in there and then poured liquid nitrogen straight into it. The knives got to cut each one up to savor the meal. Oh, good Lord. That's just that scene from... Is it the beginning of Alice in Wonderland? No, there was a Mickey Mouse like short cartoon of them like slicing bread as like thin enough that you could look right through it. Hi, Jackson. How are you doing? We're doing pretty good. We're kind of hanging out today. Motherfucking what? Motherfucking what? Gummy bologna? Strawberry flavored. What you doing, Ordain? You behaving? Are you behaving? Also, we can take the glasses off. I've been wearing the glasses the entire stream. Is this from a joke shop? I don't think so, because it's actually marketed from Oscar Mayer. Frankfurt? Is that a grocery store chain? Is Frankfurt a grocery store chain, or... Because that's a brand name I don't recognize. Theft and more vibing? Gotcha. Sounds good. It sounds like a waste of effort, time, and logistics is what it sounds like. There's already enough strawberry fucking gummies on the planet. We don't need novelty baloney gummies. Capitalism breeds innovation. Pakistani street food. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. It's black oil, right? I think we've seen this one. I swear we've seen this one. Yeah, I'm not exactly gung-ho at how dark the oil is. Because that likely means it's been used for a while. Mix it into raw beef. Okay. It seeps in the flavor? No, it doesn't. That is not how frying things in oil works. It starts to burn all of those bits and pieces and they coagulate. That's why this oil is so dark, because it's just full of burnt bits and pieces to the point where it completely darkens and seeps into any food you cook in it and tastes burnt. I don't like where this is going. They need to add a tag that's both certified stupid, but also certified white woman. Because this is white woman shit. To go buy, obviously, some other company's pizzas and then build this monstrosity. Oh, it's ranch. That's what the white stuff is. She's pouring ranch in there. And making a fucking... Oh my God. The number of people that design these dishes for finger foods and then they make it impossible to eat with your hands drives me up the fucking wall. Worthless Karen. The leaning tower of pizza. The lopsided tower of pizza. You want some pizza with that ranch? Well, she was adding jarred fucking marinara sauce, a fucking ranch dressing, and then just drizzled it all over the part you expect people to hold to eat it. Just make a deep dish pizza at home, you crazy bitch. Everything about this is awful. This is like a worse comparison of telling your friend that you're going to handle the cake for their birthday, and then you show up with a Walmart sheet cake. That's what this is. This would be like I don't know where Casey's is. I have no idea where Casey's comes from. This is like showing up with Little Caesars. This is like taking a bunch of Little Caesars pizza, stacking them on top, and then bringing it to where a birthday party where you told them that you were going to handle the food. I'd leave. Even if it was my birthday, I would leave. It's over. I'm going to have a pizza by myself somewhere where I don't have to look at you people. Monster King, welcome in. How are you doing? What's up, Wizlock? Wait. No, this is... I just realized down here. It's from Casey's. Casey's, the company, did this. This is a fucking advertisement. Are not as bad as this dog-ass pizza. True. How was your stream, Monster? Did you have a good time? What trouble did you get into? How was Plants vs. Zombies? Did you have a good time? Yeah, this is the Casey's TikTok down here. This is an advertisement for their hold on. It's a gas station pizza place. It's gas station pizza. Locations. Where are you located, Casey's? Oh, they are in Texas. I have never seen them. Can I? Oh, address. Okay, can I put in like Texas? Do the whole state. Granbury. Is that the only one? I guess it is. I guess there's only a single one in Granbury. At the Cefco. Of course it's at the Cefco. Yeah, it's just one store, which is why it makes me think that maybe it probably originated somewhere else. It's funny that it's not even in like DFW. Instead, it's in a fucking city further away from DFW. Going on a road trip where you're not going to Casey's. Actually, to get to Granbury, it would probably take less than 2 hours. I think probably less than 2 hours. But I don't think I'm going to go driving to Casey's. Again, everything about this, dude. The thing too is though, is the pizza looks like Little Caesars quality. It's gas station pizza. Now, I don't know if when Casey's like makes these pizzas, if they do the thing that most gas stations do and have them in just like a warmer box for way too long. That's not even a road trip. That's a casual Sunday drive. It's ranch dressing. It is definitely ranch dressing. Again, it's a jar though. Same thing with this one. I don't know if they just store their own sauce in a jar or if we're finding out here that all of the stuff that Casey sells comes out of jars. It's insane regardless. Macaroni, 50 chicken hearts and 6 eggs. Okay. Chat, I think somebody's bulking journey has gone too far. I'm starting to think somebody's cheapskate and bulking journey is going too far. Died for this dish, man. The thing is though, is chicken hearts aren't commonly eaten in the US. So you can actually buy like a big bag of chicken hearts for super cheap. Like, I'm pretty sure a bag of these 50 chicken hearts was probably less than $10 at his grocery store. I've seen them. I've seen them at the grocery store. Never bought them. Never bought them. It is conceptually depressing, isn't it? It's conceptually depressing that you're holding the heart of 50 dead chickens in one bag and you're just like, Okay. Chicken hearts is 5. Yeah, it's one of those foods that just isn't used. Same thing with like gizzards. Gizzards aren't used that often, so they're usually really cheap. Thought it was for a dog. I wouldn't doubt it. Honestly, it could be. These dishes probably honestly could be for a dog. Rice, 6 eggs and a pig ear. Stew, 10 chicken heads and 7 eggs. Ugh. Stew with salmon heads and 6 eggs. Dude, what is your bulking journey? Why do you do this to yourself? What is his name? Obi444. Okay, hold on. Let's get through these. Rice and stew with 1 pig nose and snout with 6 eggs. Okay, sometimes the snout can be good off a pig. Small chicken, rice, and mixed vegetables. That is the whole fucking chicken, my dude. And it looks dry as fuck. Plantains and 10 eggs. Okay, this is the most normal one. This is definitely the most normal one. All right, real quick. TikTok. We need to go find this man. OBI for 3 times? Underscore. All right, where you at? Oh, good Lord. Felt hungry, fried 18 eggs. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, hold on. Is there any new ones? Hold on. Wait, what? Is he? Oh, is it mukbang? We've been lied to. We've been bamboozled. Hold on, where's one of the other ones? Okay, this is just a picture. Okay, maybe most of his stuff is only picture uploads. Like that's a picture, picture, picture, picture, picture, picture. There's another one with pig ear, chicken livers, burnt cheesecake. That's just a drumstick. Good Lord, though. My dude he's trying to bulk, and I don't think he's getting enough calories somehow. Although this actually looks real good. Wait, there's multiple pictures. Corn! That's a sad pair. That is a very sad pair. Okay. You know what? Carry on, my dude. Also, wait. Bit of onion, chili powder, and salt. Almost done. Something was missing. Added some rice and stew. 113 grams of protein. 15 minutes to finish. Thanks, bud. Thanks, bud. Okay. I guess. Honestly, this is probably very similar to the same thing that he did in that last one. That don't get used much in America. I mean, that's probably a good way to get like the protein you need because it's affordable. That like, let's go all the way back to, yeah, like the lamb's head. Like this shit, that's cheap as dirt. That's less than $5. And if you stew it right, there's a lot of meat in there. Again, pig ears, chicken hearts, chicken livers. Well, you honestly shouldn't eat liver that often. Again, cheap stuff. Eggs, rice, and it looks like he's using the same sauce over and over for a lot of these. Like looks like a similar sauce to what's on the eggs, to what this is tossed in. I'm pretty sure this is just a man's budget protein journey. I'm pretty sure that's what this is. I'm almost certain. All right, what do we got? Smash burger. Oh, what the fuck, dude? All right, chat, you want a 4,000 calorie burger because there's double the buns? Double the meat, double the cheese? And a whole huck of fried cheese in the middle for some reason? Yes, Howdy. I would like to hear it. How to bulk up using only $500. I managed to get this much bulk off $500 in the past year. And it's just him eating like the most like leftover cuts of any animal. All right. Another thing too is this guy just did it a second ago. This. I will never understand. Real quick, before I read that, I will never understand the people that make these food videos, their obsession with showing off the cheese stretch. For whatever reason, when people make these weird as hell dishes, douse them in cheese or fill them with cheese and then pull them apart, they, for some reason, always have to show off this cheese pool. Why? Okay, so 11-Bit Studios has a hands-on event in 2024 for the release of Frostpunk 2. Of the merch items you could get at this event is a mouse pad. Mouse pad itself is good, looks great, made by a talented artist, etc. However, upon looking into the company that was contracted to make it, I've learned it's a company called YourPad_, which makes the bulk of their money from selling AI art mouse pads. Uh-oh. Are nice but not necessary. Yeah, something like that. I've just never understood it completely. Oh, okay. I saw this video. This is Meat Canyon talking about
and the poop of.
I watched this video a couple days ago. I had the exact same reaction.
Is a mixture of water and the poop of a human child. Ages range from 4 to 7.
This is his like. He was doing like a tournament of like world's worst foods.
After the poo has refrigerated for 3
and
to 4 days,
this was one of the ones.
And
I remember doing something on my other monitor, hearing it, and just being like, "Oh, what?"
Smell incredibly strong feces. Getting worse as the fermentation continues. It sits for 7 days to ferment and wrapped in a blanket to maintain a temperature of 30 to 37 degrees Celsius. If not fermented enough, it is dangerous to drink. Is it? That's weird. But when perfectly ripe, the alcohol drink is claimed to cure pain, broken bones, bruises, inflammation, and even epilepsy.
Fuck that. That shit is not worth it.
Sour and similar
literally
to
shit.
Wine. It is a faint poo smell. And you can leave the smell of your breath. Your breath smells like shit. Yeah, dude, I was just trying to cure my epilepsy with tongue sol.
Absolutely fucking nuts. Oh, okay. Wait, what is this? Cheeseburger pizza. Is that 2 whole burgers on 1 slice of pizza? Capitalism breeds innovation. I'm gonna have to make that. I'm gonna have to record a sound alert for that, aren't I? Where it's just like anytime we see something stupid, y'all are gonna have the chance just to hit me with the capitalism breeds innovation. God damn it. Oh, god damn it. Why are we like this? All right. Ad break is going to start any second, you guys. I'm going to give you Gardic phone again. How to wreck your arteries in 1 week? Exactly. Exactly. I don't think I'm going to go anywhere. I think I'm still just going to be here. Nope. Oh, okay. I'm a little scared to see what the next thing is, but I scrolled down to see what it was. It is not great. Capitalism at its finest. Don't you guys like having all the choices that capitalism gives us? Like burger pizza? With whole burgers on top instead of, you know, mincing the ingredients of a burger and then sprinkling them evenly over a pizza slice? Fantastic. Fantastic. It's fucking show food and it's fucking stupid. Speaking of pizza, is that a pizza place? May have been. Oh, it is Pizza Place. Could it be a pizzeria? Pizza Hut. Pizza. Hunting. Shooting. Target. Target. Practice. Sunset. Sunrise. Horizon. Subway. Billboard. Bulletin board. Bulletin? Why are these so hard? Closet? Armoire? Light bulb? Lights? Roof? Oh, there it is. I was gonna say, is it roof or is it rooftop? We need one more! We need one more! Sun. I don't get it. What is it? Oh my god, dude. It's always rooftop, never roof bottom. How do you have roof bottom? We'll do one more round. We'll do one more round. Come on, guys. Focus up. We gotta get this. We gotta get this. Chicken. It's a chicken. Chicken. It's chicken. Definitely chicken. How did I get that one right already? I was joking. I did not think that was the right one. Yeah, lines. Lots of lines. Rolling pin. Road. Street. Grass. Grenades. Highway. Interstate. Raceway. Race. Wall. Puppets. Marionettes. Nice. Fist. Spiral. Hey, we did it! Oh god, what is that one at the bottom? Sauce of some kind? I don't know. I don't know. Oil. Ah, it's an olive oil bottle. Okay. Why is the top left so faded out? What the fuck is that? And it's pointing at something like off screen. I don't get it. What is that supposed to be? All right, we'll cry the main list. I'm sorry, Ford. Maybe? Oh god, it's a furry! Colt. Cleric. Wiener. No, okay, we're not going again. We're not going again. I thought about it for a second. All right, let's see what this hell is that's afterwards, because it's something to do with strawberry eggs. Intricate Huh? I'm sorry. What? But it's an egg? Why? Oh, I see why. I know why now. I've figured it out. I have figured it out. It's rich people food. It's rich people food. It's literally for the sole purpose of absolutely insane overproduction of food. The more questions I have that I'm not sure I want the answer to, this is going to be like one of those things that you spend to have like a 13-course meal. You spend like $400+ or God forbid, thousands of dollars, depending on how rich the restaurant is, to get one of the courses to just be this. It's just this. Because they're pretty. I do too. Like, they can be pretty and you can have substance to them. This doesn't have any of that. This is just strange and unusual. You tell me that this isn't some like delicious sweet or something, and that's a quail egg, I'm gonna be very annoyed. I'll take 10 egg berries, please. How much do you think 10 of these would cost? They peel the egg, they shape it to be strawberry shaped, They reinsert the strawberry seeds onto the surface. They dye it using the crushed strawberries. And then they use sugar to basically make the presentation. $200. $200 minimum is what I'm guessing that they're charging for this. I would never pay more than $10 for this. Easily 900 plus. This substance says it costs rich people money. Showing up the poor by wasting money on less food while the poor get more for their bucks so they still win, but hey, bleeds the rich. Not, you would think that high-end restaurants would be a good way to do such. The thing is, though, the people working at those restaurants more often than not are not being paid more than like the average person of the industry. The people working at this restaurant are not getting rich. It's the owner who gets rich at these fancy ass restaurants. The people working at Hell's Kitchen are not all millionaires. Gordon Ramsay is the millionaire. Yeah, that's a different problem. Get the value of your labor, kids. Get the value of your labor. All right, what do we got? And thought you ordered a chocolate sundae? I mean, that bowl that those ice cream scoops are in look like it's entirely made out of chocolate. But I also hate the fact that they're pouring all of this on a fucking bar top. Milk chocolate, white chocolate, caramel sauce. Looks like a thing of nuts. I'm scared. I'm scared. I can't tell what she's throwing over the top. I thought they were nuts, but I think it's graham crackers. Or broken Butterfingers?
I love it. And the bowl is edible.
She's... Those look like brownie pieces. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. She ran out of bowls? No, they just decided not to build it on top of the chocolate bowl that you could eat afterwards. They decided the entire part of the presentation had to be the fucking tabletop. This is a weird chocolate egg. Caramel. Hi, Gaia. How are you doing? At a pizza place I worked at for raising issues over wages. Illegal, yes, but good luck getting a judge to hear it in my state. Yep. Yep. That's the thing, too, is the value of your labor. Imagine working in food service. I worked in food service for years. And you see how much money goes through your hands that goes into the business's pockets. And then how much you get paid out of that. Fucking radicalizes you really quickly if you're good at math. I worked at an entertainment venue and I worked in their food departments. This was after the water park job. Even then, when I worked at the water park, I had a similar feeling. And it was like one of those things where it's like somebody would spend over $200 in less than 30 minutes on drinks and food for them and their family. And I'd be like, and I get $10 of that. 5%. And then the rest, like, that's at the most. That's also from one group. That's only from one group. And I was managing, on the busiest night, I would have, depending on how bad the other employees were, I could have 20 sections, 20 families, 20 groups at this place that I would be working. On an average night, it was 10. On an average night, it was 10. And tipping culture is a disease. I agree. I agree. And I say that as somebody who worked jobs where tipping paid most of my bills. You were in a water park if you thought, we're going to play it next week, Sen. I managed a water park. I was a manager at a water park. We're gonna play it next week and we're going to talk about that while we play. I got $5 billion and you get, I don't know, whatever's in my pockets. Yep. I've endured that disease. There was one time, oh God, I told you this before about, this was the same place I used to host business parties. For like when Christmas came around, we would host parties at this entertainment venue. and I was often the party host. And occasionally businesses would have budget left over that they were allocated. And the guy would always be like, we have budget left over. Here, let's write this into your tip. And I would get their leftover budget. I one time got $700 from somebody's budget. The thing was, when I got that $700, some other employees, as I was like punching it in, and like the machine thought I was wrong. So of course it called the manager over, I had to talk to the manager. And it got word around that I was given a $700 tip from working this party by myself. And people started raising a stink. They were like, why did they get a $700 tip? And it was about a 2-hour debacle going back and forth between managers and other employees that were bitching that I was given such a huge tip because they wanted a chunk of it. And they were like going around trying to like talk to the cooks and stuff. It's like, do you want to split this? Blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Luckily, this was the place I worked where one of the cooks grew up in the Soviet Union. Not even joking. This was the same place I worked that had the cook that would print off pictures of Yuri Gagarin on receipt paper and send it to us. It was funny. It was very funny. I did get to keep all the money, but it was like there was a 2-hour debacle while I was still working and doing stuff that apparently the managers were just like talking it over, trying to figure out what to do. And they eventually just wrote on like, yeah, you worked that entire party. You handled it yourself. It's yours. From a retired NBA player? Sick. The thing that hurt the most though afterwards is I got that $700 tip. And that didn't mean that I had an extra $700 because that was in December when I was still going to college. And that meant that it went to tuition. And I was only able to pay tuition in full in one payment because of that $700. That was the one time I made I think I made like $1,800 that 1 week. And that's the most I've ever made in 1 week. Fuck tipping college burnits? Wait, what? You don't tip college, it was tuition. Culture. There you go. There you go. Yes, I hate tipping culture. If your business could not afford to pay your employees a living wage, i.e. in this case, about $25 an hour, you don't deserve to be in business. Do you understand? If you could not afford to give your employees a living wage in the country that you live in the United States, roughly $22 to $25 an hour, fucking burn. Go out of business. I don't care. The fuck minimum wage rates, your employees a fucking livable wage? Yep. Whenever I ran an escape room, we had, at most, on the weekend, we would have 3 people. And even then, one of that third person was usually a trainee. So it'd be 2 experienced people and 1 trainee. But usually it was just 2 experienced people at this job running the entire place. Every hour, we had 4 escape rooms. It was $25 per person. And the runtime was 1 hour. And it was scheduled. So 2 o'clock, we'd have 4 rooms going. Actually, they were usually alternated by 15 minutes. So it would be like, room 1 started at 2, room 2 started at 2:15, et cetera, down the line. So that we had time to reset rooms and stuff and weren't having to put everyone in at once and such. But $25 a person, more often than not, the lowest end of people going into escape room was 2 people. 2 people. So we'll do the lowest. So 2 people for 4 rooms is 8 people at $25 an hour. That is $200. We were paid $20 an hour at this place. So $40 of that $200 an hour went to the people that was doing the work. Most I ever made was $36 an hour, but got fired for refusing to come in for Christmas shift when I was just fucking worked 16 hours on Christmas Eve and then got bitched at. Why are you already drunk at 3 p.m. because it's called cookie dough and it's fucking Christmas? Yeah. They called you on Christmas Day asking you to come in and they expected a positive answer? How about go fuck yourself, dude? Insanity. Unless I was already penciled in weeks in advance to work Christmas, I ain't doing that shit. All right, let's keep going. Black and Gold Dog. They wanted suggestions for toppings too, since the caviar is salty and the foie gras is rich. Duck liver, gold leaf, and fucking caviar. Ugh. Rich people are so stupid, dude. Rich people are so stupid. Suddenly Santa gets an update on the naughty list. Oh yeah. Me, you can have 5 weeks of vacation per year. Fuck yeah, dude. That's more than a whole month. I turned down Christmas week 3 weeks ahead of time, but agreed to Christmas Eve. Fuck the duck liver on a hot dog. It's like, it's this place that seems like they're like, yeah, guys, we're trying to make a fancy hot dog that people will spend $60 for or some crazy shit like that. What is the ingredients that we could buy that we can put on these hot dogs that'll get these people to buy it? Well, what are rich people like? Ah, yes. Duck liver, caviar, and gold. That's it. That's perfect. That's never worked for fucking anyone. Just ask those like rich people pizzeria places that get like squid ink pizza dough, put like gold leaf and special nuts and stuff on top of it. And like weird cheeses, weird, extremely mild cheeses that give no flavor whatsoever. At one job, I was always responsible for the shifts, and I always set myself onto Saturdays before shift change. And at some point, people got convinced that I was taking the good Saturdays, so they complained to the boss, so I got to take the regular Saturdays. It was a 2-week shift cycle. I'm guessing that the Saturdays were all the same, right? Rich people seem obsessed with seafood for some reason. I mean, I like it, but still. The thing is, it's because some seafood is expensive. It's quite expensive to have for every meal, which is annoying because it's literally the most abundant food resource we have, even more so than industrial dairy farming or, well, beef farming, beef ranching. Fish and everything is much more abundant and easier to come by in a lot of areas. But rich people are obsessed with making it inaccessible to people. Who knows the story of lobster? Who knows the story of when people arrived in America and went up to New England, the New England region, and discovered the abundance of lobster? Shit away from my ass. That food ain't ugly. I don't want it. It's not even about being ugly. I see this is ugly as fuck. Like, seriously? Just go get a fishing license and get it yourself. Exactly. Clams, oysters, crabs, and lobster were abundant. Here, hold on real quick. Oysters were so abundant at one point. Like, oysteries were a thing all across New England where they were served in just huge numbers to the point where they are ingrained in New York's history. Much of Manhattan is built on top of oyster beds that we basically fucking devoured. Stuff only is expensive due to scarcity caused by the markets. Yep. And the thing is, though, it's not often that the demand meets, or well, the supply meets the demand. The supply at the time greatly outnumbered. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Say hi to the oyster piles. The thing when it comes to, especially capitalism, especially in America throughout its entire history, is when it came to the natural resources in terms of food, oysters, mussels, lobsters, all that stuff, they were abundant enough and plentiful that they would have lasted if we had only eaten what we needed. The thing was, when the companies, aka rich people, found out that like lobsters were so abundant up north that you could essentially pick them up in the fucking low tide by hand, they came in and scooped them all up and then sold them back to the people. If they went bad, they just threw them away. It didn't matter. Every form of ism derives from classism pretty fucking much. And that's almost what it always is. The world has plenty of resources to feed and like cover the people. This isn't some like divine thing. It's just that there's plenty out there. Nature balances itself out. It's that we constantly create an abundance of supply that is well over the demand. And then this is basically our boom. This is basically the capitalism boom, where we constantly keep making more and more supply to try and meet what seems to be a rising demand, to the point where they make an overabundant supply, and then they have to get rid of it. In the case of food, it goes bad, and then they have to get rid of it, burn it, do whatever. And this happens with products all the time. And that's the bust. That's when the supply has to be destroyed. Otherwise, the economy fucking crashes. Imagine falling into an oyster mound. You would be cut to shit. You would be cut to shit. But yeah, it's even now you can still actually find a lot of these oyster piles if you go to areas where they were abundant. It's crazy. I'm trying to go all the way back to the pictures here, to the fun arts. Jay, what do you mean, Jay Celador? How are you doing? But yeah. Rich people's obsession with seafood is entirely for the sole fact that they can monetize it. That they can scoop it up and sell it back to the people instead of allowing them to be self-sufficient off of it. Do you know how well people would be if they had enough time in the day to just go catch one fish a day? I mean, everything, like even fucking fishing licenses and limited catch numbers are literally because corporations take more than they need. Because they fish more than they need. Everybody's always like, oh, but why do they have a limited catch number? Why do I have to get a fishing license? So that they can limit the people? So that everybody's always gonna be like, oh, but then these things would XXX would go extinct, blah, blah, blah. Oh, why would they go extinct? Oh, because they're being overfished. Okay, who's overfishing them? Oh, I wonder who's overfishing them. Jigsaw, you have 5 minutes to solve the puzzle. You've been dumped into an oyster pile. Oh, it's basically that needle pit. That's the needle pit from Jigsaw or from Saw. Which one is that? Is that Saw 4? I don't remember. It's basically the needle pit, but it's oysters. Build a giant grinding machine to put shell dust over the rich homes. Ooh. Ooh, that'd be fun. That would be fun. Used by high-end fashion manufacturers that are whole ass raid in Italy in a while ago because of all the traffic laborers for high-end Italian fashion brands. Yeah, because they will always try to find us a way to lower that bottom line into nothing, even if it's through the most inhumane treatment. I think what bothers me the most is with those, when it comes to like fashion brands that find those things, nothing is ever done about it. They get a fine, which is fucking nothing. They just... They get a fine and then they go about daily business and they're like, we'll do better next time. Nike doesn't know anything about child labor in their factories in the Pacific Southeast. Nothing like that. No way. That was a contract factory. We didn't have say with that. We didn't know that there was a posse of 6-year-olds sewing our shoes together. Saw 2? Okay, it was much earlier than I thought it was. I watched them all in a marathon, so my brain's kind of blurry on like which parts happened where. All right, back to this. Enough about my rich people bitching. What the fuck is this? Well, what do you mean you did it? What the fuck is that? A chicken breast, mashed sweet potatoes, mushrooms, and onions? Experiment with food, figured I'd bake a chicken, then mold mashed sweet potatoes around it and bake it again. The intent was for the mash to become crispy. It just turned stupid. I will say it was good though. I mean, probably. I mean, the onions and mushrooms look pretty good. It's probably not the worst. You know it's going to be stupid when there's a glass The bottom and the like entire section of it is just covered in chocolate. Because how the fuck are you gonna set that down? Mashed chicken potatoes. You know what? I'll let it play. Wait, what is that? A lemon bar? Or key lime pie? I think that was a slice of key lime pie. Wait, when did you cover the whole thing? Is that even the same glass? Wait. Okay, no, it was just a really good angle. It's, the whole thing's not covered. I still hate everything about it. I love VTuber reaction videos. Hi, Ashura. I'm sorry. Yeah, we were going to do something chill today. I just wasn't sure we were going to yap about all day. So we're jumping on stupid foods because I really enjoy talking stupid foods. Also, I should have put this in full screen. Okay, that's the same chicken we saw, or, well, turkey. Wait, why is it looping? How is this even edible? I mean, it's totally edible. What do you mean? I mean, this is often how they feed, like, the hungry that come to temples and stuff. It's called stew. It's stew and rice. I made the most money when I learned how to turn my compassion down in security. Didn't like leading undesirables outside and denying them re-entry, but I also wasn't going to be homeless again. I didn't like it, but this fucking economy rewards you more and more that you give less and less of a shit. It's fucked. Absolutely correct. I couldn't tell you, when I worked at that escape room, I had to keep homeless people out because our bathroom was within eyesight of the front door of our business and they would see it. And if we ran into the back to go like take care of something, because one of us would watch the cameras for every room and then one of us would watch the front and get people introed into their rooms. Hold on. Have their shit together. The kitchens are amazing. I agree. This is just what the best way to serve it. Leaves on top of leaves on the ground is the best way. Effective left government in the US will fix all our problems. I can't wait to see the revolution for that because they're not going to give it to us. They're not going to give it to us. May have to pull in Nepal. Take your word for it. Oh, but what I was saying with the bathroom thing is if we'd left and nobody was seen in the front, more often than not, some of the homeless people that would hang around outside would run in and run straight to the bathroom. No, typically, I would not feel bad. It'd be like, all right, feel free, use the bathroom. But I worked there a whole year, and the people that were there with me worked there at least a whole year before I did. In the time I worked there, I found 2 different times needles behind the toilets. In the year that they worked there, they found them 3 different times. Maybe 4. I'm trying to remember if it was 3 or 4. I think we'll go with 3. We'll go with the lower number. 3 different times. So more often than not, the homeless people that were running in to hide in our bathroom were going in there to shoot up, and that was it. At least in my area, overdoses happen in bathrooms of any business period. At least back in Rhode Island, my ex would send them to resources that would help them. That's the thing is rather than calling the police, we actually had a lot of the like shelters phone numbers. So we would more often than not call the shelters and they would come pick them up. Pulling the ball here sooner or later, or Canada does it for us. Yeah, I was gonna say this one's 2 hours old and doesn't have a tag, which I think people just 44 comments. Uh-oh. Let's see. This isn't really in the spirit of the sub. This is up for people who make abominations at home or serve garbage at a restaurant. This is clearly the equivalent of a soup kitchen. Poor people lining up to get a little something to keep them alive. Efficiency is more important than presentation, and they clearly don't have access to metal or plastic kitchen tools. It's noble to save lives. We're here to make fun of people who should know better than making strange concoctions. Yeah. Upvote. Plus, the rice with lentils is delicious. I agree. Fucking lentil-based stew. Like... I see at least potatoes and probably a bunch of other stuff in it. It's probably fucking delicious. It's probably delicious. Could learn a thing or two from Nepal at this point. Yeah. Even more Vegas this year? I didn't think they could.
They smashed down a double smash burger.
Okay, this is the same one we saw earlier. Same one. What? Y'all ever see that shit where people are like, they say shit like this, where they're like, this is how blank is made in blank country. I will never understand how people fall for this. This is just a stuffed burger. Oh, this is Chef's Club. We've literally watched this. This person stole a Chef's Club video. That is all this is. Wait, what the fuck are you? Huh? What are those juices? What did you just soak those in? That is a lot of salt. More pepperoni? Again, this is just, ugh. Like, in concept, does it sound delicious? Yeah. Pizza burger. Fantastic. Cheese in every bun. The thing is, though, that's 3,000 calories. And like 2,000 calories of that is just fucking cheese. I wish this was the heart attack burger. The heart attack burger is just meat and cheese and stacked 2.5 feet high. Maybe once a year. Yeah, when you're feeling like a piece of shit and you really got to drown those sorrows. All right, there's the ant sauce again. I don't know why this subreddit does this, where it like repeats. This is called a breakfast in Paris. You know what? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I can see it. Listen, bread keeps you full, buddy. Bread keeps you full. I would burn that off in 12 hours if I was still in India, walk 10 miles a day. That would do it. That would do it. But you would feel like hell after eating it. That burger, you'd feel like absolute fucking ass. Oh no, we saw this one last time. They do this shit and it pulls away, it's just glob. Oh, come on! You see the joy leave his face? He's like so excited to see this, see where it's going. Gone. There it is, just gone. Mother, he like looks at the camera like, I'm gonna kill you, dude. Oh my God. A lot of these foods look like hospital visits waiting to happen. Man, the fucking disappointment I would feel, dude. Should at least be size of your fingers. I disagree. I disagree. Like, I like big pizza. A good New York pizza is huge. But you can still eat it with your hand. You can fold it and it holds itself up. That's good structured finger food. Is that a $30 meal there? No, this is part of a $400 multi-course meal. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Pizza's love. Pizza's life. We perfected food really early on. What is this? Red food coloring into eggs. Okay, adding milk to eggs isn't that weird. To make them creamier. That's fine. But again, the red or the pink eggs. Are you trying to scramble them? Come on, get in there, pansy. Jesus Christ, I can still see the yolks. Jesus, dude. Oh, not hot dogs. You know, I've been seeing a lot of these videos of people saying shit like realizing I have free will. And usually what I like seeing is people like speeding down the highway on motorcycles or freezer hash browns. Or doing little goofy things like just going to the vet and buying a senior cat or some shit. Not whatever the hell this is. Those hot dogs are burnt, by the way. Overfilled the bowl, couldn't get a proper whisk without spilling. You don't need a whisk to... Using a fork and like using the fork to toss the eggs up is how you whisk the eggs with a fork. You could still whisk those, no problem. They were just like very daintily doing it. I don't like this. I hate this. Okay, there's a stupid duck. What is this? What do we have? Why are you throwing the pans? That's just fried shrimp.
Gamberi Napoli picante.
Okay. My God, stop throwing the pans. Okay, giant shrimp, prawn. Dude. Salt, pepper, lemons.
Sicilian limone. Buon appetito.
I hate it. I hate it. Having a wonderful day or night. I'm doing pretty good. Green eggs and ham sucks. I wouldn't doubt it. Dr. Seuss popularized green eggs, but red? Performative bullshit? Just give me a Chinese buffet? True, but I've never gotten food poisoning from more places than I have at Chinese buffets. I love Chinese food, but god damn it, do the buffets betray me more than half the time. Oh goodness. Entertaining innocent white people abroad is so simple. It's like, also they're drinking Coke. There's 2 Coke bottles right there and next to the bread. Y'all see those, right? He's holding a baby. But like, why? Why? And outside. Are you sure? They're pots and pans. This dude's just fucking chucking them around. All right, there's the Oscar Mayer again. Why? Why? No. I'm not hating on glass Coke. I'm hating on Coke. I'm hating on Coke. Why would I go around the world and order a Coke? Huh? Food poisoning is wild? Yeah. That's what happens when you get the bacon wrapped shrimp at the Asian buffet. Shit ass company. Yep.
I'm gonna eat the most disgusting fish in the world according to the internet.
Oh no,
This
it's
is
already bulging. No!
Which is a Swedish fish.
I don't think the can's supposed to be bulging like that already.
So bad that you can't bring it on planes. Woo. Okay, it's bad. I was really thinking it wasn't gonna be that bad. Oh god, shit.
Again,
oh,
after I
so
saw the
bad.
person who like opened their can of this stuff
before I get it open. Oh,
and
fuck. Oh god, get away, Stepper. Okay, I'm gonna hold my breath. I'm getting
a bowl of water, like they put it into a bowl of water and then cut it open.
Asshole on the internet who just eats it straight out the can. I'm gonna try to actually eat it how you're supposed to. Oh, this is over 9,000 years old, and there's mixed stories about how it came to fruition, but apparently it was when the Swedes were
starving. Definitely starving.
They were trying to sell fish to the fucking Finns, and so they kind of did this. They kind of sold it to them thinking they wouldn't like it. They actually turned out to like it, and so they started eating it, and they liked it. But you're apparently supposed to eat it.
Oh, I think I'm too scared to try this. It's in a can. I think he's talking about the history. His wording was just weird.
And like other stuff, but apparently a lot of people who like that kind of stuff like this.
The fucking gagging is getting me.
It's actually kind of tasty. Look at it. This is what it looks like. Oh, it looks super appetizing. So Stroming actually translates to sour fish, which is awesome. First taste of Stroming. This is some brioche bun.
I'm scared. I'm scared how he's gonna react as soon as it's in his mouth. Oh yeah, there it is.
That's by far the most disgusting thing I've ever had in my entire life. I respect all cultures, but fuck that. Y'all can keep it. Oh my god, that's horrible.
I respect all cultures. Okay. Chat, I would like to make a bet with y'all. Hi, Tootsie. I'm sorry I missed you. How are you doing? I would like to make a bet with y'all. If someday we ever have 1,000, this is a big if, 1,000 consecutive subs. Write this down, Sunstar. Write this down. This is going to be going into perpetuity. Chibi mode never return? What do you mean, Mambina? If we hit 1,000 consecutive subs someday any day. It could be any day from now. This is into perpetuity. I will eat surströmming on stream. I will eat it on stream. That is a permanent bounty. First VTuber. I am not the first VTuber to vomit on stream. I know for sure other VTubers have vomited right on stream. At least I never shit my pants on stream. I can think of one VTuber that's done that. Is surströmming banned in the US? I don't think so. Veggie. Veggie shit his pants, what is it, 5 times? Veggie shit his pants 5 times on stream. And it's not on purpose. He has some illnesses. He can't really help it. Veggie BL tail? Never heard of Veggie? Okay, hold on. Let me see if I get this right. Veggie BL tail. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna double check. Veggie's hilarious. All right.
And
But yes, this is Veggie. There we go. There's the shout out. But yes, Veggie is awesome. Veggie's hilarious. But yes, Veggie has shite his pants at least 5 times on stream. Was part of his routine? No, it is not. It is not. They are all completely accidental. It's usually when he's laughing really hard. Yeah, Veggie's awesome. I love Veggie. He's fantastic. Him and Tail and Five Tail are hilarious together. God's greatest clown. Yeah, which is even funnier because he tried to go to clown college and it was too racist. Clown college was too racist for Veggie, so we had to drop out. Shit happens. Yeah, Veggie tried to go to clown college, and a lot of the humor, apparently they did a lesson on like their types of humor, and it was basically just racism. It was like the like kind of racist comedy of certain like people. And apparently Veggie was the only one that had issues in the class, if I remember the story right. It's his story to tell. I don't remember it exactly. But I do remember he dropped out because part of the like lesson of the day at that point was essentially racism-based comedy. Like, I thought it was ball juggling and pie in the face. What clown is doing Jim Crow? It's more like, what is it? Minstralism? Like the minstrel practice? Or in this case, in their case, I think it was like people picking different nationalities and then like following extremely racist stereotypes. I don't remember the example he gave because I think the instructor gave an example. I can't remember if it was like, imagine white woman pretending to be a Mexican. He was just the first one to drop out, probably. But he's still God's greatest clown. He's still God's greatest clown. There's clowning around and there's just being terrible. It's the point where there's some points probably in those interactions where you feel like it's like, okay, this is going a little too far. You're a little too into this. Like the people that like started with the jokes with like calling AI or robots clankers. And then very quickly it started descending into what felt like just adjacent racism. Like people started replacing like, what was it? What were some of the examples? George Droid instead of George Floyd. Rosa Sparks instead of Rosa Parks. And it was just one of those things where it's like, okay, guys, I think we're taking this a little too far. And they just kept going. You're like, okay, I think this is genuine racism. I think we've circled back from ironic fictional racism that these other people are just doing actual racism. Yeah, that's what it evolved to on TikTok in like less than a week. Like less than a week, it went from being like, who clankers. I won't ever do business with a clanker or some shit like that. And then it was just kind of like, okay, this is starting to feel like actual racism, guys. Yeah, with like it started off as like knife ears or other weird shit. And it's like, Okay, it's kind of funny, but then the roleplay feels like it's going a little too far now. There's far, and then there's too far. Yep. Wait, is this a nest? Is this whole thing an ant nest? Are these leafcutter ants? No. Well, it looks kind of... Well, yeah, what the fuck did you think was gonna happen? Clowning equals comedy. Deep breath. Clank. No. Clowning equals comedy. Comedy has too much overlap with the bad things. Yeah, it's especially when the U.S. comedy circuit back in like probably as recent as the 60s, maybe 50s, still had minstrel shows on it. Fuck this pizza thing.
TikTok's.
No. What the? Why are you not scrolling up? I'm scrolling up. Calling for a ban on It's Me Juliet's videos because she's obviously rage baiting. Yep. Honestly, yes, upvote. Because this was the lady who made the matcha hot dogs, and this looks like a fucking Kool-Aid burger. Get that shit out of here. That's the review. That's the hearts.
Of the active component that makes pepper spicy, capsaicin. The extra.
I hope this is just a goofy, over-the-top explanation.
Extract of the active component that makes pepper spicy, capsaicin.
That is not what you did with that.
A little bit of experimentation.
Oh my god, not the fucking sci-fi sounds. That's just an ice cream maker.
It tastes like burning lava, but it looks like ice cream.
I don't like these spoons either. Why are these spoons so fucking tiny? Not the fucking scientific funnel. What is this from? It's also, hold on a second. If she had actually extracted and used capsaicin crystals, because, hold on a second. Because you can buy pure capsaicin crystals pretty easily. And see, even if you buy the set, it comes with the fucking extraction instructions. Because this shit can send you into cardiac arrest. Capsaicin is exactly what she said. It's what makes pepper spicy. But getting these and using it, gold, chili, really? Really? Fuck off. Stuff is so dangerous. It's extremely dangerous. There's no reason to buy it. There's no reason to buy it. You only do it to suffer. Because at that point, putting capsaicin directly into your mouth is like taking pain crystals. Congratulations, you have pain crystals. And you just ate them in the one place that they were made to defend against. Your tongue's gonna shrivel up, not literally. That's that kid that had the liquid nitrogen drink. His tongue's gonna shrivel up. If burning lava is the taste you want to go for, some people like pain. Sunstar, this isn't the same kind of pain. Eating a ghost pepper, eating a habanero pepper is delicious pain and enjoying pain. Eating pure capsaicin crystals is you are trying to kill yourself. Pain crystal, it's a brick. Oh no. Sounds horrible. It's very horrible. I have not met a person who has ever spent the money to get pure capsaicin crystals and then tried it. It is far worse, like leagues worse than doing, say, the like little nitro gummy bear or the one chip challenge and stuff like that. It is. And when I say it's the pain crystal, it literally is the pain crystal. I will never do it. I will never do it. Under no circumstances would I ever, actually $1 million. I'll do it for $1 million. That's it. That's the only thing that would get me to do it. Back down from that never really quick, didn't I? Back down from that never. Really fucking quick. What if I do a citric acid crystal? I don't know. I don't remember what citric acid does. Menthol and capsaicin are different taste receptors, so they can be triggered simultaneously. Purified menthol and capsaicin crystals at the same time. Your brain just overloads and explodes. Real funny, guys. To replace my juicy drop lollipop with capsaicin, you rascals. Oh no. I will never do it unless there's a ton of cash involved. Yep. Yep. I would need an obscene amount of money to pay the hospital bills that would follow me afterwards. All right. And the chemical burn. Okay. White beans and some kind of sauce over rice. With a censored Coke for some reason. A poorly censored Coke. Protein, baby. Protein, baby. I can't eat this thing. Why not? It's just rice and beans. Fine. It's fine. Oh, no. When the recipe said shallow fry, but my chicken is doing the backstroke in a vat of oil, send help. That's not a chicken. Uh-oh. No. No. Hey, kids, you want to know why you always need to check the volume that your bird is going to displace in the fryer?
I don't think I was supposed to do that.
You're lucky it's the whole thing isn't up in fucking flames. Because I've seen people that do that shit, and the second it boils over, more often than not, the oil and the entire outside of the fryer just burst into flames. I'm just kind of glad that they're still alive, honestly, and they didn't just burn this patio down. But that was stupid. That was very stupid. Oh, is this another August the Duck video? We haven't watched August the Duck in a while, and I don't know if we will. Come on. When my dad just wanted a simple steak? No, you gotta burn that rosemary, apparently. You drag your dad to another restaurant he's never been to. He's like, I'm just gonna get the steak. That's a safe bet. And they pull some shit like this. Sigh! What the hell? Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? What trouble were you getting into? What shenanigans? I need to go change a tab. Nobody move. Nobody move. Okay. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? We're currently hanging out watching Stupid Foods. Very stupid foods. Extremely stupid foods. Please help. Please help. I'm begging you. I'm begging you. Get rated, nerd? All right, sighing. Does that mean you're going to have time to edit a video later tonight? Please? Hi, Alice. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing? Get rated, nerd. Get rated, nerd. How dare you? I'll give you another $10. I'll go on Twitter and tell him I paid you to rate now. my description on the short form. It's the 7 clips I sent like last week. The Resident Evil ones. Would you be able to turn them into a quick compilation? It should have been revenge raid. Me sending a donation of $10 to Sai for goods and services, and then gets a raid. And yes, excellent. He can't prove that in court. They'll definitely pull up the stream and they'll know that I was doing it to try and poke Sai into editing a video for me. Also, Siren, hi, Jane. Maiden. My goodness, do you consider me a maiden? I don't think you've been here long enough to consider me that. For GT, I slightly modified. Uh-oh. What are you planning on doing with that, F1? That's that's gonna be something. Jesus. All right, you know what? Because we just had the raid, let's go ahead and snooze the ad break instead of coming in 3 minutes. Maiden instead of Marin. How could you? How could you? That's fine. Oh, wait, what is this? Oktoberfest pizza, beef, frankfurt, sauerkraut, and mustard. You don't want to know? What do you mean? What are you going to do with that GT? How could you, Sire? Freudian slip? My goodness. Also, you sent me the message earlier of we need to get jacked. I'm way ahead of you. When are you going to the gym? Enjoy your dinner and go ungamer yourself. Thank you. I'm going to look at the other clips that we got yesterday and stuff, and I may have more. And more money to throw at you. Smile. Anyway.
After an entire day of boiling and preparing.
Wait. Is that a bear claw?
Is simmered with some bear stock while being basted with vinegar and honey.
Whose voice is this? Why do we recognize this voice?
Once the bear paw turns light brown, it's left to rest. Meanwhile,
I know
the
this voice.
Rich brown stock from the pan is poured into the sauce reduction and boiled for a few more minutes until it becomes thick.
Oh, this is the guy from the World's Best Food Review, isn't it?
All right, guys, we have it right here. The final
I was
product,
right.
the
I was
fully
right.
cooked bear paw, and it's all due to this man right here, Kishi-san.
Oh, it just cuts. Damn it. I was like, wait, I know that voice. It's the World's Best Food Review.
You can dehydrate slices of burrito and blitz it up with salt into a burrito seasoning to both season up some chicken thighs to go inside my mini burrito, but also go on the outside with some flour to coat and deep fry until golden, and toss in some buffalo sauce, which of course then all need to get wrapped up into an even bigger burrito, which you can then load into a food processor to make a burrito-y, burrito-ish burrito paste, which is the perfect base to make a tortilla dough, which can then get cut and rolled out into a tortilla. To cook it over the heat before then loading it up with all the meat and other burrito fillings rolled and wrapped up into a burrito. And you can then use the rest of the dough to make some minis with a slightly different filling of beef chili that you can roll up and seal and stick together with a cornflour pancake. And drop me a follow if you like burritos, because there's plenty more shenanigans to come, but here's my burrito wrap burrito ready for a dip in that and a good old
Am I having a stroke? I hope you're taking notes. The only bear claw I'd eat is the donut. No, I'd eat a bear claw if I'd been served it. I'd eat bear meat. Bacon strips and bacon strips and bacon strips. Oh my god, it's the dog food, the dog treat commercial all over again. Is that that's a living squid? I'm scared. Oh!
my god.
Okay. Oh my god. Again, I don't think this belongs in stupid foods, because this is obviously like a night market thing. Absorbing its powers, I have become even more squiddly than I was before. Oh no. Not the becoming even more squiddly. I don't even know where the word squiddly came from. I just like that word. It came to mind. He's a squid now. He's a kid now. Oh my god, just in my suffering. All right. Okay, we saw this one earlier. Oh my god. Cornflakes? Peaches? 60 different kinds of ice cream, apparently. Okay. I think it's a sundae. Kind of, but they're still using like the shitty waffle cones. That doesn't look like cake. That looks more like some kind of like chocolate bread. It's a Ritz cracker. And then you put it on a plate? That sounds like asking for a bad time. The matcha ice cream. It's an ice cream tower. It's the whole ice cream tower. Just pours it out at the end because it already melted so much. Yeah, because you can't like dig down into there with your hands. Hi, Freak. How are you doing? Okay, we saw this one. Bet on if this is stupid food or not. Nah, it's fine. Is it weird to throw the corn that you probably had as a side into your spaghetti? Maybe a little bit. But it's fine if you had corn for like a side for some spaghetti at home. I like corn. I do too. Final Fantasy 14 stuff? You mean the ice cream sundae? I can see it. I can see it. I like corn on things too. I like corn on pizza. When I was in primary school and we would have like pizza Fridays, I would take the corn and put it on top of my rectangle ass pepperoni pizza and fold it in.
Sakın önyargılı olmayın. Fevkaladenin fevkinde oldu. Kaçırırsanız pişman olursunuz. Whopper burrito yapıyorum. Hamburgeri zaten başlı başına çok seviyorum. Burritonun da mantığı içine ne koyarsan koy değil mi? Tamam işte ben de menüyü doğradım. İçine koydum. Soslarını ekledim. Kaşar peyniri koydum. Cheddar olsun.
Alright, Europeans explain.
Turşu da koyabilirsiniz. Ama ben turşu sevmediğim için koymadım.
Europeans explain.
Öyle böyle güzel olmadı.
Go ahead, take your time.
Aşırı lezzetli oldu. Tamamen burrito usulü yağlı kağıt. Daha sonrasında alüminyum folyoyla tost makinesine basıyoruz. Tencerede de olur. Hiç fark etmez.
I'll wait. I'll wait. Where's our Germans? I know we have Germans in here.
Takip etmeyi unutmayın.
I know we have at least one Brit. What language was that and what the fuck was she saying? Memory unlocked? Yeah, putting corn on pizza. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. English nachos. I'm scared. What is that guacamole, sour cream, shittily melted cheese on top? European by ethnicity, American by spirits? I just want somebody to tell me what language that was. Otherwise, I'm going to start doing the American thing and just start pointing fingers.
Ne ola ki bakın sakın önyargılı olmayın. Fevkaladenin
You know what? I would like to apologize to Europeans because I'm going to blame Iceland. I'm choosing to blame Iceland. That is the target of my vitriol today. Oh boy, it's Duncan. Large ice, original coffee. 5 mocha swirls, 4 pumpkin swirls, 20 sugar, 6 cream, 1 milk. I think my kidneys just shut down. Meow, meow, meow. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Why? Who remembers the lady who's like, I'm gonna make my water for the day and then poured like a whole shit ton of mixes into it? That's what this is. That's the same shit. That's a mobile order. I just realized that. Christina G, explain yourself and how do you still have functioning organs? And that's one of 2 beverages. What's the other one? Oh my God. Ugh. Yay, eugenics donuts? Eugenist donuts? Don't know about that, but regardless, I already hate Duncan regardless, so. All right, that's the fish again. That's the lady who got the peas. It's all on the fucking platter still! Send this to a handsome black man? What? I mean, it would have been a good pizza if you'd actually cut it properly and didn't leave more than half the pizza on the fucking tray. Otherwise, it's a very, very normal pizza. It's just that the sauce is on the top. Where's the cheese? It's under the sauce. Ugh. My perfect medium rare dad strikes again. This time a little more on the rare side. Sir, that is raw. That's blue rare right there. That is blue rare. It is only a hop and a skip away from breathing. Dunkin' Donuts made a... Oh. Oh, no.
A genius trick with bread that everyone should know. Start by adding 480 grams of sliced bread to a large skillet over medium to low heat with hot vegetable oil.
Why?
And toast until golden brown. Now, in a medium bowl, add 200 grams of tomato sauce. Season with one...
We're not even going to talk about the amount of fat that just soaked into that bread from frying it like
a pinch
that.
Of black pepper, 1 teaspoon of sweet paprika, 1 teaspoon of
Are you
oregano,
making the world's
and mix
shittiest
everything
lasagna?
very well to combine.
I think I'm just impressed that they made the sauce on their own instead of using a jar.
The sauce we seasoned all over the bottom of a large baking dish. Next, add the toasted bread slices fully covering the sauce. Continue assembling by adding 200 grams of cream cheese.
Cream cheese?
I hope you're enjoying the recipe.
No!
Share it with your friends. By doing so, you'll be helping us go
that
even
tuna?
further. Then, add 100 grams of shredded cooked ham,
Is this
200
the tuna
grams of
casserole?
shredded mozzarella cheese, the other half of the sauce.
Oh, it was ham.
and
He
cover
said it was
again
ham.
with the toasted bread slices. Now,
Why
add another
cream
200
cheese?
grams of cream
What is
cheese.
white people's
Spread
obsession
it.
with cream
Take
cheese?
This time to share this video.
Stop putting
and
it
write
in
the comment
everything.
section the name of the city.
No
from
wonder
which you're
we're all
watching it,
fucking
and
fat.
we'll make sure to leave a heart, especially for you.
Jesus.
Oh, and thanks for sharing this video.
God
Add
damn
another
it,
100
people.
grams of shredded cooked ham, 200 grams
The
of
white
shredded
people's
mozzarella
staple of
cheese,
cream cheese.
100 grams of grated Parmesan cheese, oregano to taste.
Why would someone need to make so much of this
6
tism
slices
food?
of tomato.
I don't understand
Have
the
you got
bread thing
that
still.
recipe app? It's already available for download.
Parmesan.
With this app, you'll have access
Pre-shredded
to all our
Parmesan.
recipes in the
Ugh.
palm of your hands, and you'll get notified every time we upload
Not
a
a
new
person that
recipe.
makes any of these recipes
In
will ever
addition to all
shred their
that,
own
You'll
Parmesan.
also have access to an exclusive area in which you can bookmark your favorite recipes.
Oh my
Depending on-
God.
This is the right point. That recipe is ready. You may now serve and enjoy it.
This feels like it's AI. Wait, say that one more time for us.
Enjoy it. But keep an eye out, as this time may vary depending on the power of your oven. This is the right point. That recipe is ready. You may now serve and enjoy it.
This is definitely AI voiced. Oh, I fucking talked through the whole commercial break. I didn't see the notification. Damn it. That's fine. That's fine. 40% cheese. This would keep someone blocked up for weeks. Oh, for fuck. The thing is, too, is you can already tell that he's let it sit here a while. Because that cheese is already starting to congeal. The center stuff did not melt completely. And the bread is still hard. Why? Why? Why would you come up with this recipe? Where did it come from? This feels like something that you would find in like a 1954, The Modern Housewife's Cookbook or some shit like that. Some shit like that. All right. What do we got? Burnt ram plow? Okay. Here, this is just music. So we're gonna mute it. Address? Okay. Cotton Eye Sloppy Joe? Oh no. Do some people really just post recipes from other countries here and they're like, ew, look at this. This looks awesome. I'm confused. Look how tender it is. Huh. Again, that's probably why this thing has 0 upvotes. There's the steak again. There's the hot dog again. What is this? Oatmeal and cottage cheese with tomato sauce, tuna chicken mushroom blend topped with banana. Overcooked tortillas, crunchy. Parentheses, crunchy. That feels like something y'all would say, chat. It would kill Palm with how much cheese is in it. I mean, it would kill me. And I have a bottle of Lactate that I keep around. Yeah, that's not this one. This one. I don't see an issue with this. And this subreddit does often have a problem with this. We had one earlier that was very obviously some kind of like Indian temple that's serving the poor. And the person was literally posting it and being like, ew, isn't this gross? And it's like, no, this is just a soup kitchen. It's rice and like a dal stew. It's probably delicious. Same thing with this. This is probably fucking hella good. Like that's fall off the bone, delicious goat meat. And they do this part. I don't know if this is the part that the person was grossed out by, because they do this because it burns off any remaining hair follicles and stuff and makes the skin easier to remove later. Yeah, like these things look delicious, but a lot of these people are like, ew, foreign country food. Learned this from a steakhouse. You know what? Jesus, 3 sticks of butter. Welcome back, Paula Dean. And the American flag tongs. You're joking. No. Oh, here she is. It was Gatorade. It wasn't Kool-Aid. I just took a guess earlier when we saw the picture of the blue burger. Why? It's definitely rage bait. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it, man. It's just rage bait. Marn. Fairbanks has corrupted me. Fairbanks has corrupted me. All right. You like to burn off the pores to remove the remaining feathers? Well, this is a goat, so it's for fur. Devil burgers, but she did boil the burgers. What the fuck? No! The fuck it is? Oh, I hate this. I hate the Labubu craze. Chat, do any of you own a Labubu? Be honest. I'm not going to hate you if you own one Labubu. Wait, you're just picking the chocolate? Pistachio and Kataifa? Ooh. I've never seen one of these places before. The fuck is the Labubu? You'll see in a second. It's the weird little... That is the Labubu. The thing is, Labubus are not sold where you get to pick them. They're sold in drops and blind boxes. They randomly appear at stores and you have to buy them for, I think it's like $20+. I don't know exactly what the exact price is, but it's more than $20. And it's a blind box. You don't know what you're getting inside. There's rare ones, there's special ones, there's limited edition ones. And people are fucking obsessed with it. Basically those board monkey. Yes, they're basically NFTs. They're physical NFTs is probably a good way to put it. And people are fucking obsessed with them. And I mean to the point where there are people that have been thousands of dollars in debt. There was a guy in Indonesia that was beaten. I don't think he died. He was beaten into the hospital by loan sharks because he kept taking out loans to buy more Labubus and he wasn't paying any of the loan sharks back. But we already saw the beginning of this, and this girl said that it was $250. Bullshit. Bullshit. Beanie Babies? Yes, it is. That is exactly it. Here, we can actually, let's do something regrettable, and we're gonna Google Labubus. Images. People do shit like this. They hang them all over themselves. There's also been multiple reports. These are also the things that we saw. We watched a video that was like an amusement park in China. And the Tiny Amusement Park was the company that owns Labubu. And they had Labubu mascots there. I hate it. Special edition ones. They've had like crossovers with like... That's actually kind of funny. But, oh yeah, but there's also the weird Christian people who think because it sounds like Pazuzu, they're demonic. Get in the FUBU? Oh my God. Get in the FUBU. All right. Being people out about the next big thing, but people are bankrupting themselves on it and committing crimes over them. A woman had her purse stolen because she had a gold Labubu on it and some dude wanted it. People's cars have been broken into because they use the Labubus as, what do you call it? As like fuzzy dice, basically. That's a different one. Ugh. You literally ruined them by pouring them in chocolate. I don't know why you do this. I don't want to hear what he has to say. I really don't. I don't understand what the... Cool. Yes, of course. The strawberries with the chocolate, the pistachio, and all that stuff. Fucking delicious. That Labubu is ruined, though. It's furry, dude. You'll never get the chocolate out of it. Really, the product? Not just like it's just them that could cause it? The thing is it's very much like... They're cute. Of course. Of course. People like cute things and having fun little stuffed animals. But... It's the exclusivity of it that like tricks people into buying it and buying it when they don't have the money for it. There was a girl just a couple days ago. I saw a video on TikTok because it was a stitch of her. She spent more than $10,000 in a month trying to get some special Labubu that she wanted. And in the video, she did end up getting it, but not after being $10,000 in credit card debt. Is this a full-on Scottish lad? Wait, what? Western Christians think anything foreign is the devil? It's not even foreign in this case. They just think that it's like a demon in and of itself. Like, here's the $250 my fucking ass. Dubai. I have some concerns. Belgian chocolate covered strawberries. Small cup, $11.99. Regular cup, $15.99. Dubai pistachio strawberry cup, $23.99. Assorted toppings, $3.99. Fresh pistachio, $1.99. But this picture here of the Labubu Dubai chocolate strawberries now available, is that AI? It looks like AI, and then they just slapped their logo in front of the cup. Right? Y'all see it, right? I swear it's AI, mainly because they don't even have the same teeth. The one on the right has a weird middle tooth. The one on the left doesn't. And then even in the picture, there's a chocolate Labubu in it. It's not the actual Labubu doll. I'm pretty sure this guy is just lying through his teeth and like shoving his own Labubus into the dessert. I'm putting Malin and Fubu as punishment. What is Fubu? Pay them much for pistachio chocolates? It sounds overpriced as fuck. And the thing too with the Dubai chocolate pistachio thing, it's definitely a trend. It was literally Dubai's attempt at astroturfing away their previous issue with when you'd Google Dubai chocolate before this existed, you would get pictures of shit in the streets, like literal shit. And stuff like that. But now that they've done this, they've like basically covered the tracks of that. And now it's actual chocolate. Honestly, it looks good and stuff. But because of its fucking popularity and the trend surfing that people do, it's so unbelievably expensive. It's a shoe brand, is it? Fubu's a shoe brand. Central plumbing, especially in skyscrapers? Yep. Yep. So most of them have septic tanks that have to be pumped out. All right, what do we got?
और उसके ऊपर प्रेस रख के उसको दबा लें। ध्यान रखिए क्रॉसो रखने से पहले हमने बटर गरम कर लिया था। अब इस क्रॉसो को बटर में सेक लीजिए दोनों साइड से। अब इसको निकाल लीजिए और उस पे दही लगा दीजिए। दही लगाने के बाद उसके ऊपर चाट वाले छोले डालिए, साथ ही हरी चटनी, सौंठ की चटनी, प्याज, अनार के दाने और सेव डालने के बाद जस्ट लुक एट दिस व्यू। आपने अपने लिए
crush a croissant and then put as many Indian ingredients on top of it as you can. Okay, I guess. I don't know how I feel about this. That croissant looked really good, though. That croissant looked really good. Chat, I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't want to hit next. I'm hitting next. Fuck it. Why does it look like Mountain Dew? Why? What in the white woman shit is this? Why? Baja Blast chicken? I mean, does anybody remember the pictures of the like Dorito Mountain Dew cupcakes? Just in time for St. Patrick's Day? No. I hate it. Okay, we've seen that one. Feet loaf, anyone? Would anybody like some feet loaf? No.
Aí, Pi. E aí, esse feijão? Coisa boa. Ô, Rato, pega aí o arroz. Pega o guardanapo aqui,
No! No! I don't trust it!
Bora, galera.
It's on the wall on the outside of the building. Somebody's used it. I guarantee it. No! Shooter versus hider? I shit you not. You know what? I'm not surprised by the shit that Roblox has anymore. Oh, it's me, Juliet. This is definitely rage bait. Bought 2 wraps for £8.50. £8.50. 50% disappointment included? Oh, come on! Yeah, I'd be upset too. I'd throw a fit. Hate it. Hate it so much. You're getting Mountain Dew chicken as your first bunker meal? What do you mean bunker meal? Oh, here's the one we were talking about that looks like an Indian soup kitchen, basically. I mean, that's already a lot of rice. Does it make some sloppy sounds? Yes. Is it still good food with enough rice to keep you full for probably an entire day? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, it is. All right. All right, one of y'all's gonna need to go find these. I don't think I have Utz chips near me. I remember only finding them when I lived up in New England. So I'd try it. If anybody finds these at these grocery store and buys them, I will reimburse you the cost of the chips. I will reimburse you the cost of the chips. I just need to know how they taste. Hanover's? Listen, yeah, I wouldn't doubt if this is Hanover's. Hanover's is what I remember going to. Unlock the 25th. Oh. Oh. No. No. Caffeinate your soul. Oh no. That's not an espresso, that's an espresso. Do you think it's just gonna be yelling, or do you think it's more like tinnitus, as in it's just like, that's an espresso? Anyway, the 25th hour death. No, it's espresso. Oh no, it's whatever you choose to believe. Yeah, probably because you're gonna ascend after you drink it. Either that or your brain's just gonna pop like a bubble. It's the fucking ant sauce dude again. Revolution. My fucking ass, dude. You remade soy sauce, but decided to kill millions of ants to do it. Oh, we've seen this one. Sprite scrambled eggs. Why? Why? Maybe this is one of those places where it's literally easier to get soda than it is to get water. Fun fact, chat, those exist and they're depressing. Onions, red onions, tomatoes. Have you tried it? Okay, you make an excellent point. You make an excellent point. The thing is too, is I've made, when I was in my, what was it? Principles of Ecology in college. Part of our final grade was going on a camping trip to a national park in West Texas. And one of the things was I helped the professor cook a bunch of the stuff we made, and he introduced me to some of his camping recipes. One of which was a blueberry pie that you make in a Dutch oven, but you use Mountain Dew with it. He had me pour in, I think it was like a quarter of a 2-liter bottle of Mountain Dew. And it was the blueberry pie was really good, but it had this, like, instead of regular Mountain Dew, Baja Blast. Ooh, soda and baking is common. Yeah, it's like, I think it has something to do with the carbonation that's in it that gives it a different texture. But I don't remember. I asked him what made him decide to use Mountain Dew for something like this, but I don't remember what his answer was. Egg. Hey, chat, do you want an egg witch? Can I interest you in an egg witch? Good Lord. Good Lord. Beanie weenie tacos. Listen, we could talk about spaghetti tacos all day. I am fine with that. But beanie weenies? Beanie weenies? Really? Are you sure? You didn't even distribute the weenies properly. Why does this taco in the front have fucking more weenies than the one in the back? Upset. I think what's also funny though is this person has like the aesthetic pink setup in the back, and then it's just this shit. It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. And just everything's pink, really pretty, really kind of cute. Beanie weenie tacos. It's girl dinner. Girl dinner, girl dinner. I have the salt and pepper shakers. They're kind of cute. I like them.
So here we got the Sea Monster Caesar. We got it coming with
$160 my ass.
Lobster on there, pound and a half of that. You get about 3/4 of a pound of wonderful snow crab.
2 oysters.
King Jumbo black tiger prawns. They're some of the biggest you're gonna get in the city. You got a 4
in the city. Okay, sure.
Great large East Coast Raspberry Point premium oysters we have. You get a couple of those on there. You also get pickles, olives.
This is not worth $160.
Asparagus, limes, everything, honestly.
Oh, this is their advertisement. This is Black Pearl Seafood Bar.
$20 off on Sundays. Both locations, brunch in Windermere. If you guys want to come by, it's a great choice.
There's something about seafood specialty restaurants and their fucking audacity. I swear to God. I told you all the time we went to a new seafood place that opened in my town. Their name focuses around oysters, but we went there, me and the family, and like a couple family friends and stuff. And we get there because we all wanted to try it. And we look at the menu, and we go to the entree section, trying to figure out what we're gonna get. And it's like everybody looked up at the same time at each other at the center of the table and just flips the menu back over, back to like the appetizers and the small eats section, because the entrees started at $45 a piece and scaled upward to $180. And we were all just like, nope, ain't having that shit. Ain't having that shit. I had clam chowder. Oh, hi.
Куриные лапки, поэтапная инструкция.
All right, Brits, I know this isn't your fault. Mostly. I'm blaming you because this is definitely jellied chicken's feet. And you're the one who eats jellied eel. The dead look in her eyes says it all. She doesn't want to eat this either. Honestly, though, pretty good release. Well done. The peppercorn's still stuck in there. Okay. Schlorp. Okay. I'd be willing to try fresh cooked chicken legs. I really don't think I want to try refrigerated congealed chicken legs, though. Hi, Jimmy. Is it an affront to my eyes? It feels like an affront to my eyes, too. Okay, that's an insult. 1,888 yen plus 10%. I'm going to assume that's gratuity or some kind of extra fee they're slapping on there. Service charge, Shanghai, China. Okay, that's not yen, that's yuan. $265. Just fucking spit in my face, dude. Just spit in my face and tell me it's raining. I hate it here. So you pickled, but whatever that was, no. All right. Oh, what are we doing? Burning down a house? It kind of looks like that we were attempting to make chili oil, but I think it's flubbed. Ooh. Ma'am, step back. Yeah, I think she's trying to make chili oil, and instead we're getting a mess. Maybe get some more nutrition out of that than what was in the screen? Yeah. Also, look at how hot the fucking elements on that hot plate are. Jesus. Ma'am, you lost like half of your oil. Also, hold on. I think I just realized that was her cooch. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Just realized, I think that was, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure her crotch was just pointed right at the camera. I didn't see it. I choose that we're not scrolling back up to double check. I only just realized it when I was like, wait, she's like crouching directly in front of the camera. And I was like, what is she wearing? I was like, it's a skirt. And then I just saw black. Wait, what the fuck is this? Hamburger. Oh, it looks like turds. Oh, it looks like turds. I hate it here. I hate it here. Is this just watching people that don't know how to cook? No. This was don't know how to cook. Like, this is stupid foods. It jumps back and forth. Sometimes it really is just some like people making fun of other people from other cultures, which usually doesn't get any upvotes and either gets removed or people just take the piss in the chat. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, why is the title Who Doesn't Love Shit Particles in Their Strawberries? Oh, it's ice cream? What? Wait, this is kind of funny. I don't know what's going on. I don't know the reason, but the way, yes, that's the toilets. The way I'm stick with me on this. The way I am choosing to interpret this is she is preparing herself for the shit that is going to happen after she eats this ice cream. She has chosen to have a sweet little treat and is just preparing well in advance for the absolute shitstorm she is about to have after eating this entire thing of ice cream. To be that prepared. I agree. I completely, she has like a tiny micro record player. She has like a face roller, a back massager, something that looks like maybe to do her nails with, a foot massager on the floor, and like candles are already lit behind her. She's gonna set her hair on fire. Yeah, she has the roller right there on the table. Although I usually see people put those in their freezer and then take them out and roll them on their face for like a little bit of tightening up. The thing is, I don't know. I'm just, the way I'm choosing to interpret it, which has the least amount of shame and is kind of funny to me, is that she knows what that ice cream is going to do to her. And she's just saying, fuck it. I'm going to be here all night. Might as well make myself comfortable. Calculated risk. This is calculated risk and prepared for it. Prepared for the incorrect calculations. What the fuck? $100 caviar chicken nuggets for sale at the US Open. Creme fraiche caviar, green onions that already looks dry on top of a tiny piece of fried nuggets. Fucking rich people, man. What the fuck? Better chicken, better batter, better oil. You know, I did not expect them to be giving out a tin of caviar. McCaviar, that's pretty much what it is. That's pretty much what this is. Do you want to know the most ironic thing I just noticed in this picture? Oh, wait, it's not going to let me zoom in. She's wearing a Palestine bracelet. And a Rolex? It looks kind of like a Rolex. That's a Palestine bracelet on her arm. The rubber band bracelets. That other bracelet actually behind it. My mom has that same bracelet. The only reason I know my mom has that bracelet is because she's had it since I was a tiny kid and I used to play with it when I was in church to keep me quiet. I recognize that fucking bracelet. That thing has got to be over 30 years old. Fucking crazy. Dissonance. Just dissonance. Also, I accidentally changed the zoom, so we'll do a couple more. Okay, that's the food kitchen one again. Okay, this is rage baiting. Putting the correct way of putting ketchup on a burger. My ass. Uh-oh. Designer food? Oh no. Are we laser printing? Did he just laser print the Coach pattern onto the hot dog? Oh God, are we doing it to the hot dog too? Okay. Too much time on their hands? I guess. I feel like I need to send this to Faye. I don't think you can eat anything. I don't think you can eat it after it goes through the printer like that. Right? Because like the carbonized stuff that had basically like burned away, I don't think it's edible. Right? Does anybody that has one of these laser machines or like uses them or like even an industrial version in your work, does it... Guess it makes for a comfortable shitting experience. I just saw that. I'm sorry. I didn't see that earlier, Melsa. The rich don't need to know that. It's true. Carry on. Carry on then. You're right. Burns away the germs. The thing is like, yeah, it'll kill the germs, but it leaves potentially inedible matter behind in the grooves. It's just burning it in patterns. It's not... It could be, but it's also usually disintegrating certain parts of the material. I don't know for sure. That's just why I'm wondering. What the fuck?
Coming in the house.
I'm not gonna unmute that. Is that a lobster? Part of some crustacean. Wait, is that whole thing bread? No, it's a bowl or a pot. It's a pot. Okay, there's the handle. What? Okay. Thin, flaky crust. Looks delicious. Okay. And this wasn't the only one. There was 2 other waiters on the other... Is the pot pie in the room with us? Okay. Okay, so there were vegetables in there. I guess? Now I'm just getting sad. It's just burning it in patterns. Yeah. I'm kind of feeling a little bit of rage and like really sad. Because I imagine this cost a shitload of money. This is like an $80 thing. Especially because it seems that it's to serve at least 2 people. Are those, is that plantains? Do they boil plantains with this pot pie? No, that's something else. But I can't quite tell what it is. It looks like the tips of plantains, but I don't think it is. Oh yeah, this is definitely not a pot pie, but it's in a pot and it had a pie crust over it. Like, if I had... What are you doing? Oh, he's cutting off the rest of the crust. You know, I would almost rather y'all have done this in the kitchen and not shown me the disappointment that is how much was actually under that pie crust. Ugh. This is taking way too long. Go back. I want to see. Like, there's nothing there. There's like 3 pieces of lobster meat per plate. Some, I guess, rendered down greens of some kind. It's barely a meal. It looks like a crab boil. It looks like an over-enthusiastic crab boil. Yeah, kind of. A delicious banana for the guy on the go. Somebody smashed their banana inside of the fucking saran wrap. That's fine, I guess. If only a banana had its own organic outer container that you could just carry it around in and then open it up. Thank you for the self-care, Wizlock. Yeah. It's the poor banana, dude. It looks more like this is on top of a trash can, which makes me extremely suspicious. But yeah, it looks like it's on top of a trash can. Like, this thing at the top is the trash can opening. And then this banana's just laying on top of it because somebody did something to it and then just left it there and didn't bother pushing it into the trash can. Ugh. Mayonnaise? Nope, absolutely not. No. No. Oh, it's Juliet again. I just realized it's me, Juliet, again. Great. Okay, it's more rage baiting. It's more rage baiting. Chicken and potato sticks boiled in the... Oh, is that pasta? With food poisoning. Oh my God, we poached a chicken breast in the dishwasher? Dishwasher lasagna? I swear I've seen somebody try to use the dishwasher to cook like salmon or tuna. And I remember hearing they got food poisoning. Milkshake, but make it shitty? Okay. Is this one of those ice tables? No. This is something else. Okay. If you were adding more stuff to it, why would you fill it with liquid to the top? I mean, dude's got skills, but like, he's also intentionally making a mess. He also just swiped up the fucking milk that was running down it and rubbed it all over the shaker cup. So now that shit's gonna be sticky. Also, the fact that he's slamming it on the counter is kind of scaring me that that glass is gonna shatter. Tear it down, buy some parts and assemble it to look one-on-one with proper cooking equipment. Okay. I mean, it's kind of fine. Centrifugal farce. I guess it's a milkshake. I mean, that makes sense. I mean, some kind of milk product shaken together with other ingredients. Totally fine with it. I don't think this is stupid food. I think it's just a guy having fun with his job. Oh, this is... I'm pretty sure we've seen this one. This is going to be the giant pepperoni pizza, isn't it? vodka sauce, cheese. All right, hold on. Yep, okay, this is the one that just has the obscene amount. Texas Christian University, baby, debuts purple corn dog. Let's go Horny Toads. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. All right. Okay, I think that's enough. I think that's enough. I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be here anymore. That is enough suffering for my face. I do not want to look at that food stuff anymore. So, we need to find somebody to raid. Let me see here. What do we have? Faye's doing spooky game. Just chatting. I think we're gonna raid. Did I say Faye? I meant Finn. I meant Finn. Oh god, Twitch just sending me notifications about TwitchCon for some reason. I'm not even going, Twitch. You know that. I haven't bought a ticket. Okay. Making sure I spelled it right. Hi, Zyla. We're just ending. But thank you for showing up. Dishwasher salmon is the thing. It better not be a fucking thing. You better not be cooking food in your dishwasher. All right, guys. But I will see you tomorrow, noon CDT. I'm pretty sure we are playing... Okay, I'm not 100% on this. Hold on. Is it Thursday we're doing Resident Evil, or is it a different day? Where's weekly schedule? Okay, tomorrow's Resident Evil. Hopefully we finish Resident Evil tomorrow. I swear to God, please just let me finish Resident Evil 1. I'm tired of looking at it. I'm tired of looking at it. Oh God, what do we do for a raid message though, chance? I don't know what to do for a raid message. No cons at the carnival. I can't afford to go to TwitchCon this year. We're moving. Just like we were 2 years ago. Ugh. But I don't know. I can't think of a raid message off the top of my head. We'll just do Brulee. Brulee it is. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow, noon CDT. Oh, Dowa. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, and how are you doing? We'll be back tomorrow. I hope I get to see you tomorrow. I'm sorry you just had to follow right at the end. Good night, y'all. Have a wonderful night and stay out of trouble or I will find you.